All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. I believe we are live. My name is Matt Morris. We are live right now on YouTube as well as on Rumble at Matt Morris TV. Ladies and gentlemen, big news today right out of the gate. Today, we are going to be doing yet another all-day live breaking news coverage type of show. So this show today might be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. Really, who the hell knows? And the reason why, there is a good reason. It's because pretty much every single indication that we have right now is suggesting that today is going to be the single most consequential, active day of this war, of this conflict so far. We have already, I'm just sitting down at my desk here putting the show together. We already have so much to talk about. Oh my good Lord, it has been a very eventful 12, 18 hours overnight. We woke up, man, things are really happening. And we're going to break all of that down. We've got big things happening today. Stateside here, President Trump is going to be signing a series of executive orders today, and I believe we're going to be able to watch that in the Oval Office together. That's actually happening in about an hour. Rumor has it, and I don't know for sure, but rumor has it that one of the executive orders President Trump is going to be signing today in about an hour is the election integrity executive order, in which he will mandate proof of citizenship and photo ID, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe that could come later, but it could come today. So we're going to tune in for that. But also, we're hearing from Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of War, and also Trump and Marco Rubio, that guess what? Today is going to be the single biggest day, the single most aggressive bombing campaign carried out against the IRGC ever so far. The Israelis have been saying the same thing as well, that today, in fact, Pete Hegseth, I believe he said, and I quote, "We're going to increase the rate at which we are bombing them by 20%. So however much we've been bombing them, or whatever the biggest day has been so far, 20% more today." Israel's talking about carrying out a massive bombing campaign today against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And rumor has it, well, it's not even a rumor, I mean, multiple media outlets are reporting this already, that President Trump earlier today, can I throw this up here on the screen? Excuse me. That President Trump this morning on a phone call with various G7 leaders, members of the G7, this is the, Western liberal democracy economic trading bloc. It's like Canada and Japan and Germany. So anyway, all of our allies. Trump on a phone call with the G7 today, he said that Iran is about to surrender. Huh? Trump this morning said Iran is about to surrender when on the phone with members of the G7 nations, our ally nations. And so who knows what he has cooking. We're also hearing this morning that the Strait of Hormuz is on the cusp of reopening. I kid you not, that the Strait of Hormuz is on the cusp of reopening, that things are evolving and escalating with the Strait of Hormuz, and that massive developments are taking place there as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, today, you know how we do it. Today, we are going to be here all day, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. We're going to be following probably 10, maybe 15, maybe 20 different individual stories all throughout the day that are, frankly, evolving right this very moment. We've had some domestic terror attacks that we're going to talk about today as well. Seems as if some, Iranian, Middle Eastern sleeper cells are activating in the United States. I want to show you, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In the last 2 weeks, in less than 2 weeks, we have had not one, not two, not three, 4 Islamic terror attacks in less than 2 weeks. So things are picking up here stateside. We're trying to clamp down on all of this. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the news. President Trump is going to be signing executive orders today at the Oval Office at 2 p.m. I think we're going to be able to tune into that together live. We have a super chat here from Ansod. He says, the PNW getting covered in snow is not going to stop Formal Friday. There's about 9 inches of snow outside my house. We woke up to it this morning. Hey, thank you very much. Good to see you. Tom for Life says, Matt, great work. Just want to let you know you're doing a great job. Great journalism. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's going to be, I'm telling you, folks, listen, take a seat. It's going to be one hell of a day. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of news to get through today. A lot of stuff that the mainstream media just doesn't talk about. So we're going to go through all of it today, all day. Drive-by victim. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. And also Pure Blood, a European super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump late last night, dropped a massive Truth Social post. I want to read this to you folks as it pertains to Iran. Trump said, "We are totally destroying the terrorist regime of Iran militarily, economically, and otherwise. Yet, if you read the failing New York Times, you would incorrectly think that we are not winning. Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is no longer. Missiles, drones, and everything else are being completely decimated, and their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. We have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time. Watch today what happens to these deranged scumbags. Watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today." So, ladies and gentlemen, that is right now. That's like right now. That's right now. In fact, some of it already might have taken place. We're going to be breaking all of this down. We heard from Pete Hegseth earlier this morning that we're going to see a 20% increase in bombing in strike volume against the Iranian regime today. And we're going to be tuning into all of that live. We're going to be monitoring red alerts as well. Trump goes on to say, "They've been killing innocent people all over the world for 47 years, and now I, as the 47th president of the United States of America, am killing them. What a great honor it is to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Wow, it's almost, maybe it's too strange to be coincidence. 47 years, 47th president. This is what President Trump had to say last night on Truth Social. So, like I said, every single indication says today is going to be one massive, wild day. A lot of news to go through. President Trump early this morning told the G7 leaders that Iran is about to surrender. Operation Epic Fury so far. Iranian ballistic missile attacks are down by 90%. Iranian drone attacks are down by 95%. The United States has struck over 6,000 targets. Over 90 Iranian naval vessels have been destroyed. Iran's entire ballistic missile capacity has been functionally destroyed. The Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective because it doesn't exist. Overwhelming air dominance over Iran has been achieved. On a side note, earlier this morning, we got something very curious. Ladies and gentlemen, the current dictator of Cuba, Miguel Diaz-Canel, he's the current leader, the dictator of Cuba. He has effectively just surrendered to President Trump and the United States of America. A lot of people have been saying, oh, we're going to have to do something with Cuba. It's coming up next. Seems like they just kind of surrendered. This morning, I kid you not, the dictator of Cuba, his name is Miguel Diaz-Canel, announced publicly on national broadcast that they have given in to pressure from the United States and are officially in negotiations with the United States of America. What seems to be the case right now is that a deal has been struck. Okay, we're going to let you go. You can go live your life. We're not going to kill you. We're not going to bomb you. We're not going to whatever. You just have to go. You just have to give up. You and your family, you and your regime, the key leaders of your regime here, your dictatorial regime, just leave. Just give up control of the country. And it's over. And then we are going to kind of get Cuba under control, maybe in a similar way that we have done with Venezuela 2 months ago and that we are attempting to do right now with Iran. Folks, Trump in like a 13-month, maybe 14-month window is on the cusp of solving almost every single problem that we have had here in the Western Hemisphere. Can you believe that? Venezuela, Colombia, now Cuba, Greenland, solidify our presence in Greenland, kick China out of the Panama Canal. All of these problems that our leaders in the United States, they've been sitting by like, oh, we can't do anything about it. These problems are just too complex. We can't solve them. Actually, we can. You just have to have a competent leader. And that's exactly what President Trump is. So we're going to be following news coming out of this Cuban dynamic all day, but very good news already early morning pertaining to Cuba. Very good news. Amen. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. He says, we depend on your content. You're doing a great job. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Today, there's a lot to talk about. So like I said, sir, you're going to like it. We're going to be here all day. All day. We have a report coming out of Fox News late last night. Iran's nuclear program only exists because of China. Well, that's curious because this is something that we have been saying on this broadcast here. I think all of us know this. This is, I don't know, listen, maybe somebody could call me a China hawk. Matt Morris is a China hawk, meaning I'm very critical of China and Chinese influence and Chinese expansionism and Chinese influence all over the world. I've got a big problem with it. It's a big problem. They've been engaging in economic warfare, predatory economic tactics against the United States for a very long time, expanding their influence into our hemisphere for a very long time. And also, we've been saying that China is a huge component of what's currently unfolding in Iran, that Iran for a long time now has effectively been a Chinese proxy. A Chinese proxy. Well, what do we hear? Take a look at this.
Gordon, China is playing this game, it seems like, telling Iran to stop the attacks on the Gulf nations. They probably don't want that. China doesn't want that. But at the same time, grandstanding about the United States and threatening to sell weaponry to Iran that could threaten ships, etc. What do we make of this?
Yeah, the important fact here is that Iran has a nuclear weapons program because of China.
Ooh.
It's actually a Chinese program that has been transplanted to Iranian soil because there have been direct transfers of materials and technology from China to Iran, but also through the AQ-Khan network of Pakistan that merchandise Chinese technology to Iran. So they're the instigator of this problem, and the United States needs to say that because we've been very, very reluctant to call China out for its proliferation.
Yeah,
Gordon,
I'll tell you what. I think Trump is. Part of me wishes that Trump would verbally, in front of the nation, in front of the world, come out and play hardball with China and just be aggressive and lay into them. But Trump, publicly when he's giving a speech, he says, "I've got a great relationship with Xi Jinping, the Chinese. They're great people." And I think he kind of has to do that. He's the president. You need to engage in diplomacy. You can't be too aggressive against China. Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. So he's kind of saying one thing. He's trying to engage in some nice rhetoric. But then when you look at the actions that President Trump, what do they say? Acta non verba. Look at the actions, not the words. The words are nice and fluffy, but the actions, Trump is decimating Chinese global influence. He's kicking them out of our elections. You know that, right? China was influencing our elections. We're going to be talking a lot about that this year. We will. Trump has been kicking them systematically, country by country, out of South America, Venezuela, Cuba, soon to Cuba, trying to get them out of Mexico. The cartels, fentanyl coming in, shut that down. Colombia with the cocaine. Who's subsidizing that? China, a lot of it. Okay, so he's shutting them in Panama Canal, kick them out of Greenland, shut them down. We have a problem up north. It's a country called Canada. Canada still has deep ties to China. We're going to have to do something about that. But now a lot of people, they're talking about what's going on in Iran. One of the very common talking points is Israel, Israel, Israel. We're doing this because Israel, Trump is a slave of Israel. And I'll get the record straight here. No doubt Israel benefits from what is happening right now in Iran. No doubt Israel benefits, maybe even disproportionately benefits from U.S. getting involved in trying to shut down the Iranian regime. But this is not solely, exclusively, singularly about Israel. That's a very one-dimensional, almost shallow geopolitical worldview. Okay? Maybe, I don't know, Israel might be 15 or 20, maybe even 25% of what's going on with this dynamic in the Middle East right now. But most certainly, this is also about China. I make the argument here on this show, this is predominantly about China. And shutting down the Iranian regime is actually massively, majorly in the interest of us, of this country, of our presence, of the United States of America's presence as the premier singular global superpower. China has been playing a very long premeditated game, playing dirty tricks here, trying to subvert and undermine the global American empire, if you will allow me to call it that. They've been trying to chip away, not taking one direct shot at the United States, but they say death by 1,000 cuts. Cut little paper cuts. You know, you have one paper cut. I've got one on my finger right now. Actually, I have a bluey Band-Aid. I've got a little paper cut. It's a pain in the ass. But maybe that's not such a big deal. But if you have 1,000 paper cuts and you're just slowly dripping blood out of every pore on your body, then it's going to be a problem. That's the game China has been playing. Okay? And so Trump is the first president we have had, I was going to say in a long time, but actually ever. Trump is the first president we have had ever that takes China seriously. And so you listen to what Trump says. Like I said, it's very nice and fluffy, whatever. But look at what he does. Look at what he does. Now, we have another report here. Iran's pressure tactics are acts of terrorism. And I think that pretty much everybody has to agree with that, of course.
What is key to reopening the strait, given what we know Iran is still capable of?
Yes, Laura, I think to talk about that, we need to just put in context for a second what Iran's strategy is, and then it'll make sense that what we do next. It's clear its strategy is they're playing the card that they can play, right? Their missiles have been pretty much decimated, so their ballistic missile force. So what they have is what lingers is still a drone capability and this capability of mines. But all of this is linked together. It's not just the Straits of Hormuz alone. As you know, the Supreme Leader called it, their tools of pressure aren't really tools of pressure. They're really acts of terrorism, as you've seen with their attacks on hotels, their attacks on airport terminals, their attacks on these ships that we're seeing.
Listen, if you are blowing up civilian oil tankers, if you are blowing up civilian hotels and restaurants, condominiums in Dubai, these are strictly civilian targets. These are not legitimate military tactics. This is a terrorist nation. These are terror tactics, is what this is.
So taken together, this is their way to pressure not just the U.S., but the global economy, to pressurize the U.S. to stop what they're doing. So now, what do we have to do about the Straits? In the end, Iran's going to have a lingering capability to shoot some missiles here or there. They'll have a lingering capability of drones potentially, and they'll have some lingering capability to put mines in the water because it's unsophisticated. So what the U.S. has to do and can do, because we've done this before in the Red Sea, we've done it in the Gulf, and our allies and partners can do it, is we can't do this alone. The message has to be that we're doing this with allies and partners, Gulf allies and partners, because opening the Straits isn't only in the U.S. interest, it's in the global interest.
Well, here's the fact of the matter. The United States, we are negatively impacted by the shutdown of the Strait, or the semi-shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, less than perhaps any other nation on the face of the planet. Probably, okay, if you were to make a list of nations that are least impacted by the current shutdown, semi-shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, it might be USA number 1 and Russia number 2. Russia also, they've got a lot of oil. They're fine, okay? And they're able to pump it too. It's one thing to have oil under your feet. You've got to be able to pump it and then send it out. Russia has that capacity. So United States, we have that too. In large part thanks to President Trump, mind you, the Drill Baby Drill initiative. But anyway, listen, really, when you make a list, let's flip that list upside down. Let's put together a list of countries that are most negatively impacted by the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. Who's perhaps at the top of that list? China, all these other BRICS member nations. You know that Iran is a BRICS member nation. This is an anti-American economic bloc. That's what BRICS is, okay? And so it is actually almost in a comical way. It's not funny, but it almost is. It is all of Iran's economic allies and economic partners, their team members, that are actually most negatively impacted by the shutdown of the Hormuz, which Iran has caused. So Iran is actually egregiously negatively impacting all of their own friends. Now, we have a couple statements here late last night from Stephen Miller. And folks, once again, we are doing all day nonstop coverage. It is a very big, massive day. So tune in, do me a favor, hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe. I appreciate it a lot. Stephen Miller last night, what did he have to say?
important to understand that, again, the leadership class of this evil regime has been wiped out. Nobody has seen the Ayatollah Jr. Nobody has seen proof of life. He didn't show his face on a TV camera. All we have is a statement that is purported to belong to him as a symbol and a signal of how degraded this regime is. And again, we are talking about how in a matter of days, a regime that has terrorized and menaced the world, that has used missiles to blackmail the world, has been degraded and has been set back to a degree that few thought possible. Ship after ship sunk, launcher after launcher destroyed, outpost after outpost, command center after command center taken off the map. So this has been a huge success for America, but the president is continuing to move forward to further annihilate, obliterate, and destroy the regime's capacity to threaten American interests around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna tell you something here. I hate to get a little bit combative, but you know what? Let's do it. It's Friday. Why not? A lot of these people that have been kind of maybe sitting on the fence or even on the other side of the fence, they've been saying for the last 2 weeks, well, Iran doesn't even have the capacity to hurt us or hurt anybody. Who cares? Iran is really, they're nice. They just want to get along with everybody. Have you changed your mind a little bit now? What have they been doing? What has the Iranian regime been doing for 2 weeks now? They have been indiscriminately launching suicide drones and ballistic missiles, not just at U.S. military bases. Okay, we attacked them. Not just at Israel. Okay, Israel attacked them. No, they have been launching ballistic missiles and suicide drones at civilian infrastructure, at hotels and restaurants and condominiums and civilian tankers. They blew up the Omani oil storage facility. Oman has never done a damn thing to Israel. They're like supposed to be friends. You know, I guess you could say, okay, well, yeah, they launched a ballistic missile at a hotel building in Dubai because Dubai has a U.S. military base there. And like, you could maybe come up with some type of mental gymnastics. Not that I'm justifying it, but like, what did Oman ever do to Iran? What did Azerbaijan do? What did Turkey do? Iran keeps firing suicide drones and ballistic missiles at Turkey. They've attacked what now, 13 or 14 different individual countries in the region. And once again, not legitimate military targets. They've been attacking those too, but trying to blow up civilians. Just let it rip. Just fire off the ballistic missile and it lands wherever it lands. So here's my question to some of these people that are saying, well, you know, we just need to leave Iran alone. They're not a threat to anybody. Does this seem like the type of country that should have a ballistic missile program or 50,000 Shahed suicide drones tucked away inside of a bunker or highly enriched uranium that could be used to make a nuclear warhead that then could be put on top of one of these ballistic missiles? Does this seem like a good idea? Does it really seem like a good idea to let these psychotic freaks that are part of a jihadist doomsday cult, by the way, does it seem like a good idea to let these people have these types of toys? Toys? Yeah, I don't think so. And I think it is painfully obvious. That much is painfully obvious at this point. We're taking the toys away. No, you have lost your privilege to play with ballistic missiles. You can't get along with your neighbors. Now, we have another statement here from Stephen Miller.
Well, it underscores above all else, Jesse, how this was the last chance that the United States had to take action against the regime that was planning and plotting to kill Americans and that had the ability to strangle.
Okay, I'm sorry. Folks, I'm checking. We might have red alerts here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have Iranian ballistic missile launches right this very moment. So bear with me. What we are going to do is flip on our live cams here. Like I said, folks, okay, yep, missiles inbound in 6 minutes. All right, we are on red alert. We are on red alert here, folks. Red alert has been initiated. Iranian ballistic missiles are inbound. So I'll real quick say that we have today every single reason from the Israelis, from the Americans, and from the Iranians that today is going to be the most chaotic day of this conflict so far. The Iranians are threatening massive attacks. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Trump have said that today we're going harder than we've ever gone before. In fact, the number Hegseth said is 20% increase. 20% increase today of bombs, of strikes that we are targeting. Today's also, yeah, Friday the 13th. Wow, today's Friday the 13th. That's right. And then the Israelis, it seems like they are... well, we talked yesterday about how the Israelis, they are now carrying out targeted drone strikes. And when I say drone, I don't mean like Shahed, like missile type of drone. I mean like a drone that you would see in the Ukraine-Russian war. These little small personal drones. Almost like one that you could go buy at Best Buy or something. That now the Israelis are using those type of drones and sending them into IRGC checkpoints and blowing up members of the IRGC on the ground as they are actively attempting to repress the Iranian people. And folks, as I've been saying here, we're going to be here all day doing live breaking news coverage. And there's a lot to talk about. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs, there's going to be all arounds here today. In fact, let me put this up. There we go. Okay, we are good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're new, hey, if you're new to the show, make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to follow and subscribe. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When are the Iranian people going to take control of their own destiny? So far, if you are sitting here wondering why the Iranian people have not risen up and taken to the streets, well, the reason why is because Trump has actually told them not to. Trump has been almost every day telling the Iranian people, okay, don't do it yet. The time is not now. Let us bomb out the IRGC. Let us take out the leadership. Let us take out the bunkers. Let us kind of set the field for you. And then after we are done dropping bombs and we weaken the IRGC, then we want you to go take to the streets. And so I don't know. We might see that this weekend. I'm not sure. In the next couple days, I'm not positive. They also, frankly, they don't really have many weapons. I'm sure that Israel and the U.S., that we have been smuggling them weapons. I'm sure that we have. We've got a history of doing that all over the world. I'm sure that we have been trying to give weapons to them, to potential resistance groups. But how many? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Okay, folks, we have ballistic missiles inbound towards, and I try to tell you exactly where. Western Lachish, Judea, Shlefat, Yehuda, Yarkon, Shfela. There's sirens already. Ballistic missiles inbound. I'm sure that we are going to hear the sirens very soon here, folks. We're going to be hearing that any minute. Le what? Le who? Amilky89 says, hey, first time over watching on Rumble. I'm normally on YouTube. Hey, thank you very much. From Everett, Washington. We got the Washingtonians. Thank you very much. I'm happy you made it over here. Liberty Linda says, Matt, I'm not getting any notifications from your show at all. It's been weeks. Each day I have to search to see if you've gone live. That's very curious. YouTube is strange like that. I'm not sure. I think some people get alerts and other people don't. I'm not sure why. Sometimes this, sometimes that. All right, here they are. Here they are. Yeah, this is Tel Aviv now, folks. Tel Aviv. And you hear the sirens. All right, buckle up. Buckle up. Massive ballistic missile attack inbound. And the sirens are blaring. You know, I'm gonna flip off my camera so you guys have a better view. I don't see any interceptors yet. If I see them, I'll tell you what cam to look at. I'll give you a number. I would say right now, keep an eye on cam 4, because these ballistic missiles are targeted at Tel Aviv. I see something over the sky of North Israel. There's more red alerts in the Tel Aviv suburbs. I think that's a plane on Cam 5. Well, you just heard something. You're hearing a lot of something. We are hearing a lot of something. We just don't see it. I'm hearing a lot. I think we're all hearing a lot right now. We just don't see it anywhere. Are you seeing something down in Haifa? I'll be honest, I can't say that I am. I don't think I've seen anything. I'll tell you what, though, this is a lot of bangs. Keep in mind, with every single bang, that is either a hit or it's an intercept. So by nature of hearing, I don't know, 25 bangs, they're intercepting something. They are intercepting something. Now, I'll tell you something here. What we have been seeing a lot of over the last 2 days in Haifa, which is North Israel. That's North Israel, southern Lebanon area. We've been seeing a lot of not Iranian ballistic missiles, but Hezbollah rockets. Hezbollah rockets. And those are harder to give a proper warning for because you've got less time to react. The Iranian ballistic missiles, you know, you've got 10, 11, 12 minutes. But with Hezbollah rockets, man, you might have just a minute or two or less. So here would be my guess. We just heard, like, a hell of a lot of explosions. I would guess that those are Hezbollah rockets. And if you guys are saying, oh, I saw something on Cam 7, I didn't, but if you did, you can kind of connect the dots. Okay, we heard a lot of explosions. You guys are saying action on Cam 7. You know what? That's probably not Iranian ballistic missiles. That's probably Hezbollah rockets. We're connecting the dots. Now, normally, after any type of attack, every single wave, whether it be rocket or ballistic missile, we have footage come out on the ground. You know, people, they get their cell phones out, they're recording whatever they see, so it won't be long before we actually see footage of whatever the hell just happened here. I'm sure we're going to be looking at it here in the next couple minutes. But it seems like that attack is over with, and all of the alerts have come to an end. Yeah, I want to show you what that looks like here. So it's really curious because, full screen this. All of the alerts, where's my camera? All of the alerts were in the Tel Aviv area. So at one point, all these little blue blobs, these were red. These are red alert zones. Well, now they're blue. Okay, everything de-escalated. I'll tell you what. There wasn't a single alert anywhere up in Haifa. That's why I was talking about Tel Aviv. All those alerts were down in Tel Aviv. There's some over here to the east. You know, this might be, keep in mind, it's not just alerts going out for missiles that are inbound. It's missiles that have been shot down and intercepted. What happens after you intercept a ballistic missile? Well, the debris falls down to the ground. So if there's a missile inbound and it gets shot down or intercepted over this city of Ariel, well, then it's like there's an alert because you got to be careful. Maybe the debris is going to fall down on top of your house. But most certainly Tel Aviv here was the main target. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that attack, seems like it's over. We've got more news to keep on going through, folks, and I think we should probably keep on getting through it. We have a lot to talk about today, ladies and gentlemen. So bear with me here for one moment. I want to try to pick up where we left off here. That's right. Okay, we were talking about Stephen Miller last night issued a statement about the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to be talking a lot about the Strait of Hormuz because I'll tell you what, don't want to speak too soon. We're getting a lot of reports here today and late last night that the Strait of Hormuz might be kind of opening or at least under control very soon. It seems like the Trump administration this morning, they're very optimistic about the situation with the Hormuz. Stephen Miller, take it away.
Well, it underscores above all else, Jesse, how this was the last chance that the United States had to take action against a regime that was planning and plotting to kill Americans and that had the ability to strangle, if it wished, global commerce in the future, backed by long-range missiles, backed by nuclear weapons. So just again, as a thought experiment, imagine if this regime that right now, weaker than ever before, imagine if that regime instead had nuclear weapons, instead had long-range missiles that could reach an American city, instead was rich with cash. Remember, Obama put them on a path to enrich them with tens of billions of dollars and have a nuclear weapon right now. A rich regime that controls commerce through the Strait of Hormuz and has nuclear weapons, has long-range weapons. Think about what a terror that would be to global commerce and to the world. So what instead you have is a dying regime, a decaying regime, a thrashing regime that is engaged in terrorism in the Strait of Hormuz. But let's be very clear. The United States, not Iran, has the staying power. Why? Iran produces 2% of the world's oil. America, under President Trump, is the #1 producer of oil and fossil fuel. More than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than any other nation in the world, and now we're partnered with Venezuela. So the president is taking every action he can to lower prices. You mentioned, of course, unsanctioning oil that's at sea to get that into the market, continuing to push our own producers to drill and expand production as fast and as far as they can, providing regulatory relief, and you're going to see more and more in the days to come.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something here, folks. Iran, for a very long time now, has only been producing about 1/4 of the oil that it could produce. And the reason why is because of international sanctions, U.S. sanctions and international sanctions as well, because there's been international condemnation against the Iranian regime. Nobody likes them. And so every single country has been sanctioning them, just about every single one, other than like maybe Russia and China. Now, you can imagine a situation here. Let me blow your mind here for a second. Keep that number in mind. Iran has only been producing 1/4 of the oil that they could because of these sanctions. Imagine a situation where, I don't know, 6 months from now, maybe 12 months from now, I don't know, whenever everything is done and settled and it's over with, you can fathom a situation where there is a more agreeable, maybe not perfect, but maybe more agreeable leadership structure in Iran. We ease off the sanctions. The sanctions are gone because now they're doing what we want. They're not making ballistic missiles or funding terrorism in the region or the world. They're not manufacturing tens of thousands of suicide drones. They're not enriching uranium and pursuing a nuclear weapon. So imagine we ease off the sanctions because they are now agreeable with us. And then Iran is now able to then produce 4 times more oil. What happens then? What happens if Iran, the regime is a little bit nicer, and now the sanctions are lifted, and now Iran is producing and shipping all across the world 4 times more oil? Then what happens? Energy prices go down. So there is a situation here that could, it's not a promise, but it could, 6 to 12 months from now, although we're seeing sort of a temporary spike here, they might actually long-term come down big time. Big time. Now, we've got more to go through here. There are multiple ways that this situation could unfold here. We have a statement from U.S. Treasury Secretary talking about the Strait of Hormuz here. Let's see what Scott Bessent had to say. This is this morning.
It is my belief that as soon as it is militarily possible, the U.S. Navy, and perhaps with an international coalition, will be escorting vessels through.
And that came up just now in the Situation Room.
Your words, not mine. But again,
are we days away from that?
We've been planning for this. We've done scenario analysis, for months, for weeks, leading into this. So,
but it's a prospect in the coming days, then.
It is a prospect as soon as we have complete control of the skies and are degrading they have no Air Force. The Navy is sunk, literally and figuratively, and the munitions factories, the rebuilding capabilities for the missiles, completely degraded. So as soon as it is possible for to ensure safe passage, we will do it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's pull up a map here because this is a big deal. What he is saying, here's the Strait of Hormuz. Everybody knows where it is. Everybody's talking about it. This is Iran. Everybody knows. Everybody's talking about it. We heard from CENTCOM earlier this morning that over the last, 12 days, hold up, hey, listen, we got a chat spammer. All I'm going to ask, listen, you might have noticed, sincerely, I really do not care what you say in the chat. I've got people, you call me stupid. You call me whatever you want. I don't care. It really does not bother me. The one rule is do not spam the chat. If you want to come in here and call me an idiot, fine. It really does not bother me. I never ban you guys. That's fine. What I do ban, if you are spamming the chat, you will be deported. You will get deported out of this community. You won't even believe it. It'll happen so fast. Anyway, okay, that's really the one rule. Seriously, just don't spam the chat. It really annoys me. Anyway, okay, so what I was trying to say here is we heard from CENTCOM earlier this morning that over the last 12 days, we have seen a 90% reduction in Iranian ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in Iranian suicide drone launches. 95% reduction in suicide drones, 90% reduction in ballistic missiles over the last 12 days. And so what Scott, and that's massive. What Scott Bessent here is saying is that, listen, yeah, we will send in the U.S. Navy to help escort or just sort of perch up in the strait here. We will do that. But first, we might need to see that reduction up at 99%. We want to see a 99 or a 99.9% reduction in ballistic missiles and suicide drones. So give us a couple more days. We're going to keep on battering them and blowing up IRGC launch sites and bunker complexes and storage facilities and headquarters, whatever. So let us hit them hard another couple days. And then we are going to perch up, use the U.S. Navy, perch up in the Strait of Hormuz, and we're going to reopen this damn thing. And by the way, on that note, I want to give a little reminder here. We are hearing from Pete Hegseth and CENTCOM and President Trump that today, like right now, tonight, we are going to be hitting Iran harder than we ever have hit them before. Hegseth said a 20% increase in the rate at which tonight we are hitting them. So tonight is going to be the biggest night. The Iranians are talking a big game. They're saying that they're going to blow everybody up. They've been saying that every single day. So tonight is perhaps going to be, we have every single indication to believe that tonight is going to be the most consequential night of the conflict so far. Seems to be the case. Big things happening. Now, we do have some bad news. I want to real quickly share bad news with you guys. We had a report coming out of Fox News earlier this morning, and by the way, CENTCOM has confirmed this. Four American service members lost their lives. They were killed, I believe, yesterday, maybe 2 days ago. They weren't killed by the Iranians. They were killed during a refueling maneuver. You have one plane refueling another plane mid-air. They weren't shot down. There was an accident during the refueling, and one of the planes crashed, and 4 American service members lost their life as a consequence. Here's the report.
This crash in Iraq was a refueling plane, and officials are clear to say there was no enemy fire involved, no friendly fire involved. An investigation is continuing. 4 U.S. service members killed in the crash in western Iraq yesterday.
Okay, I'm seeing you folks in the chat say 6. This number must have been bumped up to 6. It's curious. This report came out this morning. Anyway, it is 6. Everybody's saying 6. Terrible.
A search underway, a rescue operation for the 2 remaining crew members. And President Trump today warning about massive U.S. military activity in Iran ahead over the next 24 hours. The president posting Iran's Navy is gone, their Air Force is no longer. Missiles, drones, and everything else are being decimated, and their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. We have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time. Watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today. Israel also striking overnight multiple waves of attacks, some of them targeting the plainclothes security forces of the Basij, which have set up checkpoints around Tehran. Prime Minister Netanyahu cautioning that the time for Iranian civilians to rise up against this regime may not yet have arrived.
Well, you know, you can imagine it is a. I just want to pull up a picture of this. It is a very complex technical maneuver. What they do up there in the air, and very dangerous. I mean, this is perhaps a good example of what this might look like. You have one of these big U.S. strato tankers, aerial refuelers, refueling a fighter jet or a bomber or whatever else up there midair. And you can imagine, a million things could go wrong. It's a very complex maneuver, and this is terrible news. It really is very sad news. Who knows? It could have been a very strong gust of wind, and then the planes get jostled. Who knows? And you know what? Probably we will never know exactly what went wrong here, but it really is just terrible. So I wanted to dedicate a little segment to this and just say that's terrible. You saw President Trump. This is what I was talking about a moment ago. President Trump said, watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today, talking about the Iranian regime. We have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time. Watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can bear with me here for one moment, President Trump is actually going to be signing executive orders here in the next 10 minutes, and I want to make sure that we don't miss that. I believe that we are going to be able to watch that live together, but maybe not. Maybe the press is not invited to that. White House, because rumor has it, we don't know for sure, rumor has it that President Trump might be signing the executive order today that will lock in election integrity, election security, proof of citizenship, and photo ID when voting. It seems as if the Save America Act maybe isn't looking so good because of a certain Senate Majority Leader named John Thune, who seems to be doing everything he can to try to prevent that from getting passed. So Trump, any day now, is going to be taking matters into his own hands by passing an executive order. Whether or not he's going to do it today or at some point in the near future, we're not exactly sure. There's rumors he might be signing that today. Time will tell. But I'm looking around. It seems as if President Trump is not going to be live broadcasting that event. It's behind closed doors. So maybe we are not going to be able to watch that together. That said, we have a lot of other news. I want a little bit of a recap reminder here, folks. This is one of the big breaking news components of today's broadcast. President Trump, on a phone call with various G7 leaders earlier today, told them that Iran is, quote, about to surrender. Iran is, quote, about to surrender, allegedly. This is coming from President Trump. Now, we also have a lot of footage from Pete Hegseth, who spoke with, I believe, General Dan Kane this morning. And we have maybe 6 or 7 different clips. This is from this morning's CENTCOM briefing, Department of War briefing. Why don't we take a look at some of this? We have clip after clip after clip. Let's break down what Pete Hegseth said earlier this morning, explaining everything we're seeing in Iran right now. I believe this clip is talking about the Hormuz.
Ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it. We recognize it because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do. Or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt.
Folks, this is one of these like left-wing mainstream media talking points, is that Trump and the Department of War and the U.S. military has just been caught totally blindsided by the Iranian regime's semi-shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. That the Strait of Hormuz never even occurred to the Trump administration. That the Trump administration and the military, the U.S. military, had never even heard of the Strait of Hormuz. They said, oh my gosh, the Iranian regime tries to shut down the Hormuz. We never expected them to do that. This is just like absolutely ridiculous. This is absurd, this narrative that is going around. The U.S. military, I mean, give me a 1 in the chat if you are a U.S. military veteran or you served in the military. I did not, but here's what I can tell you, is that the people running the U.S. military, the top brass, everybody, all of them, these are some of the brightest, most intellectually gifted people in the world. And this notion that I'm talking geniuses, strategists, war planners, all of this, they've got backup plan, contingency plan, all of it. And you guys know that. This notion that the U.S. military, the Department of War, the Trump administration just had no idea. Oh my gosh, we're totally caught off guard by what's gone on here in the Hormuz. This is just like so stupid. And this is coming from like Axios and Politico, left-wing news outlets here. Did I just hear an Israeli airstrike? We're hearing from these left-wing news outlets, Axios and Political, and this is what they're saying. Hey, Pete Hegseth, because we have no idea what's going on here at Politico, does that also mean that you have no idea what's going on? And it's like, no, that just means that you are stupid. That just means that you at Politico or Axios or CNN, just because you have no idea what's going on, does not mean that we have no idea what's going on. We have a plan. We have a series of objectives. What's more, just because the U.S. military or the Department of War are not telling the mainstream media every single component of their plan, of their objective, of their set of strategies here, does not mean that there is not a set of strategies. What type of military leader would you be if every single thing you were going to do before you did it, you let CNN know in advance? Well, you would probably be the least effective military leader of all time. Did Napoleon Bonaparte tell the newspapers what he was going to do before he did it? Did Julius Caesar go to the media before he crossed the Rubicon? Did Sun Tzu say, always tell Politico what you're going to do before you do it? Is there a line in The Art of War written by Sun Tzu about that? No, in fact, we have like 3,000 years of military strategy literature saying the opposite. Keep everyone in the dark at all times. Do not tell the media. Do not tell the enemy. Do not broadcast anything to anyone. That is how you wage an effective war. Okay, terms, conditions, strategy, timelines. You don't broadcast that out to the freaking media. But still, you have all these idiots at Politico or CNN. Yeah, the modern term is operational security, OPSEC. Still, everybody at Politico is saying, well, we have no idea what's going on. This seems pretty chaotic, so therefore, also the Trump administration must have no idea what's going on. It just means that maybe you don't know what's happening. They do. They do. They do. Okay, now moving on. I thought I heard an airstrike over here in Beirut, but it seems like there might have not been. Okay, like I said, we have a lot of these Hegseth clips that we're going to watch through here. This is from just earlier this morning. This is the one that we watched. We have another one here. This one here is about the beatdown that Iran is currently taking.
His leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling.
He says, why might this statement from the Iranian, the new supreme leader of Iran, why might this have been echoed through another woman in the media, a written statement? Why didn't he just say it himself? Why not? He says, well, I think you all know. Well, we got the report yesterday that this guy is in a coma. The new supreme leader is comatose. He has been for over a week. He doesn't even know that he is the supreme leader. He was appointed or voted to be supreme leader whilst in a coma. What's more, the rumor goes on to suggest that this guy had to have his leg amputated. He was wounded in an airstrike carried out by Israel. He survived. He had lacerations on his leg. They had to amputate the supreme leader's leg, the new supreme leader. And as a consequence of this amputation, perhaps, he is in a coma and he doesn't even know that he is the supreme leader. So this is what Pete Hegseth is kind of alluding to. We have a massive Rumble rant from E352 says, God bless President Trump. Thank you. And God bless everybody involved here. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much over on Rumble. We have a super chat on YouTube from Renbro. He says, I share your videos on the major news network on YouTube. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. The word of mouth factor is a big deal. President Trump issued a statement here earlier this morning to Fox News. What is Trump saying here? Trump says Iran's new supreme leader is alive but damaged.
I think he probably is. I think he's damaged, but I think he's probably alive in some form, yeah.
And so once you have that information, if that is indeed what is the case in Iran, how does intelligence work from there?
Yeah, I think there are lots of questions that I think the President Trump security team is asking.
I think he
probably alive in some form, damaged, but probably alive in some form. Well, damaged might mean missing a leg, and alive in some form might mean he's in a coma. During this morning's press briefing from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, stated that no unmanned surface vessel USV activity has been observed from Iran, clarifying that the Iranian attacks on ships in the region have been conducted with surface-to-air missiles. So, folks, another story here that we were ahead of the curve on. Remember, now 3 or 4 days ago, we were on this very broadcast, probably 4 days ago, talking about how there's effectively a 0% chance that Iran is actually putting naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz. We got rumors. Iran is putting naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And we know that they have them, by the way. Of course they do. We've got satellite imagery. We've got photos. We know that they have them. But we read that story here. We said there's no way they're going to do it. They're not going to do that. And the reason why is because about 24 hours prior to this rumor circulating that they were putting naval mines in the Hormuz, about 24 hours prior to that rumor surfacing, Iran had given China the green light to sail in and out. China was putting pressure on the Iranian regime. Hey, listen, you got to let us in and out. We need to keep getting our oil, because you know that China gets a huge amount of their oil from Iran. They've got a deep tie, deep economic relationship and military and intelligence relationship. They are, strictly speaking, they are allies. And so China was pissed off that they got cut off of their oil coming out of the Persian Gulf. So Iran said, okay, you can come on through. All the other boats, all the other vessels, we're going to keep them out, but Chinese vessels can come in. A day later, they made the same deal with India. Now, Indian tankers, guess what, are going in and out. So Iran is, because of pressure from their own allies, Iran is now choosing to selectively let the tanker vessels of certain ally countries in and out of the Hormuz. So when we say it's a shutdown, no, it's not a shutdown. It's a partial shutdown, kind of. Some boats are still going in and out. The boats are still afloat. The boat still floats. And so how this ties back to these mines is that the Iranian naval mines are indiscriminate. They have no control over who the mines detonate upon or attack or blow up. Once the mine has been put, that mine could hit anybody. You don't have control. Once you lay the mine out there, the Iranian regime cannot choose. They are indiscriminate. And so if they start putting mines out there in the Hormuz, these naval mines, well, yeah, they might blow up a European tanker or an American tanker. Sure, that could happen, but also they could accidentally blow up a Chinese tanker. They could accidentally blow up an Indian tanker, and that would be very bad for Iran. The last thing they need is to start accidentally blowing up the tankers of their own allies. And so this is how we know this story that they're going to be putting out naval mines. This is ridiculous. And now we have confirmation here from the Pete Hegseth and chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, General Dan Kane. He says, listen, we have no proof that they're doing this. Everybody's yapping about it, but we've got no proof that this is actually happening. They could, but they haven't. Now we hear from Pete Hegseth. Again, earlier this morning, he said this.
In the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only two things on the side of aircraft: the stars and stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defense in the world can do.
They look up and they see the stars of stripes and the Star of David. So pretty much what he's saying is that we have complete and total control over the Iranian airspace and our intelligence. We have crazy intelligence. In fact, I'm going to show you what that looks like. You want to see what U.S. intelligence looks like? I'll give you a little example here. And this is going to blow your mind. Folks, this is footage, what I'm about to show you here, from 2012. This is declassified CIA satellite tracking footage from 2012. So 14 years ago. I want you to look at this, and then I'm going to tell you why I'm having you look at this. What you see here is the CIA was able to, in real time, with pretty high precision and accuracy, very granular here. They can track cars, people going in and out of cars, what route are they taking, who's going in and out of the car, what parking lot. And folks, like I said, look at this. This was 14 years ago from the CIA. This is before artificial intelligence. What do you think we have now? If this is what the CIA was doing in 2012, what do you think the United States military, the Space Force, whatever else, what do you think we're able to do now? Let me show you, ladies and gentlemen. This right here, this is what we have access to as civilians. This is called Google Maps. Right now, as a random guy sitting in my cabin in the woods in Idaho, I can zoom in anywhere, and look at this truck on the side of the road outside of a mosque in Iran, and I'm a civilian. This is free. This is free software. Anyone can use this. And so you have to know, the U.S. military, Space Force, whoever else is involved here, Mossad, I don't even know, you know that they are tracking every single grain of sand in this entire country in real time using artificial intelligence to parse through any changes. If there is a rocket launch in the middle of the desert right out here, right now, you know they are going to know about it within 1 second. It's going to set off a trigger, an alert, and they're going to know about it. And shortly thereafter, there will be a drone or a fighter jet hell-bent going right out here to drop a bomb there where that rocket launched from. That is what has been happening over the last 12 days. So if you're sitting here asking, man, wow, 95% reduction in Iranian drone launches and 90% reduction in Iranian ballistic missile launches, how the hell did we pull that off? That is how. This is how. By means of technology like this, we are tracking everything at all times. We see all of it. We see all of it. So there's that. That's how they pulled that one off. Now, where did we leave off with Pete Hegseth? Okay, we saw that one. That's our CIA satellite footage. We have another statement here from Secretary of War. Take a look at this one. This is from this morning, 3 hours ago.
We will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos. And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen. American heroes, all of them. And as I have with all of them, as we have, we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. But war in this context and in pursuit of peace is necessary, which is why each day on bended knee we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed. May the Lord bless you and keep going.
Now, first off, a beautiful note. Let me tell you something, folks. We had we talk about how terrible war is. I was going to say can be, but no, is always. Without exception, it always is terrible. I think a lot of you might know that firsthand. We got an intelligence report actually relayed to us from Secretary of State Marco Rubio about a week or a week and a half ago, early on, the early days of this conflict, once it broke out. And what Rubio said, and it's so funny because he didn't make a grand announcement. He just kind of slipped this in. He was talking about something else, and then he just kind of casually slipped this in. And I caught it, but I think a lot of people didn't catch this. What Rubio said was that prior to this conflict, we knew for a fact that the Iranian regime was manufacturing around 300 of these Shahed suicide drones a month and around 100 of these ballistic missiles a month. And that they were on the cusp, the Iranian regime was on the cusp of reaching a critical mass of suicide drones and ballistic missiles and various other munitions that very soon, we're not even talking about enriched uranium. I'm talking drones and ballistic missiles, which we all know they have. We know that. We've seen them launching them. Rubio said that they were on the cusp of accumulating so many suicide drones, so many ballistic missiles, so many ballistic missile launchers. They put them on the back of these trucks. so many bunker launch silos that they were on the cusp of having so many bunkers and missiles and means with which to launch the missiles and drones that if we had waited to do what we're doing now, another year or maybe even 6 months, that they would have been so embunkered in and well armed that we could not have in the future really done anything about it. That their capacity to respond, let's say a year from now, we tried to carry out this type of operation that we're carrying out now, that their capacity to retaliate against Arab Gulf nations, against U.S. bases in the region, or against Israel, or perhaps even Europe. They've been launching ballistic missiles at Turkey, Azerbaijan. Their capacity to retaliate would have been too much for us to handle, frankly. And that's coming from Rubio. And so he said, we saw an opportunity here. We kind of had to go in. Of course, they had the enriched uranium if they wanted to take that highly enriched uranium and make a nuclear weapon. That's another reason on top of that. That's the cherry on top of the sundae. But even if they didn't have enriched uranium, even if they didn't even have that they were on the cusp of having so many ballistic missiles and so many suicide drones and so many delivery methods to fire these things off, we would have been overwhelmed. We couldn't have, in the future, we couldn't have done anything about it. We can only shoot down so many of them. And we were right about at that point. That's coming from Rubio. And it's so weird because he just kind of casually said that. That wasn't some big announcement. To me, that's very convincing. It's like, okay, wow, yeah. Okay, that's a problem. He just kind of casually slipped that in and nobody really caught that. But that's another dynamic to all of this. Another dynamic. Now, I will say, ladies and gentlemen, folks, we are today doing all-day breaking news live coverage. Today, guess what? Is going to be another 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-hour show. We're going to be here all day. We have a super chat here. We have a lot more to talk about. In fact, listen, folks, there's so much to talk about. We had to be here 8 hours because it's just coming out left and right. Super chat here from Old Concrete Lizard. He said, I'm in between concrete trucks right now, which gives me a moment to check out your live stream. Love the coverage and I watch every day. God bless you and your family, Matt. You're looking snappy. It's Formal Friday. It's Formal Friday. Thank you very much. Keep on trucking, brother. Keep on trucking. And thank you very much. Back at you. God bless you and your family and everybody else. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All day broadcast, folks. All day. We have a Rumble rant. Then we're going to get back to the news. He says, charge your phones and earpods, Morris for us. We are in for a bumpy ride today. We're still in the recap segment of the show. We're talking about stuff that happened this morning and also stuff is happening right now. There's too much to talk about today. We hear from General Raisin Kane. He announced today, oh boy, what are we talking about now?
Today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future. As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline.
And once again, what does he say? Really, that's the most important component to this. In the first 5 seconds, he said, today is going to be our biggest bombing and strike campaign against the Iranian regime to date, today. President Trump said that late last night. President Trump himself said that late last night. And now we're hearing from General Dan Kane. He goes on to say, what's more, he has to say,
on to project power beyond their borders and protect our deployed. In just the first 13 days of this operation, our artillery forces have made history. They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat, reaching deep into enemy territory. They've used Army ATACMS to sink multiple ships, including a submarine, and they've done all of this with the precision and determination that comes from relentless training and trust in each other and in their weapon systems.
So we're just blowing the living hell out of Iran. Oh, okay. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth here. He addresses this allegation, this rumor, this controversy that the USA used a Tomahawk missile to blow up 165 Iranian schoolgirls.
Reporting that indicates that preliminary inquiry, even though it's ongoing, has determined that the airstrike was carried out by the United States. Given that there is another competing narrative that this was done intentionally, can you provide us with some guidance about whether this was the case? Secondly, we are also getting, we had heard yesterday from Energy Secretary Wright that said that the U.S. Navy would not be ready until the end of the month to provide escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians. Literally never targets civilians. I look at the process that's used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. We have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target, Iran does. We will investigate, we'll get to the truth, and we'll share it when we have it.
Now, I'll tell you something here. There seems to be absolutely no proof or evidence suggesting that the U.S. did this. In fact, Matt Tardio, great YouTuber, he's on Twitter as well, released his own independent report. We talked about that the other day, indicating pretty seriously that this was actually this sort of, not a Tomahawk, but a Timuhawk. This is an Iranian missile that potentially blew this place up. What's more, beyond the building getting blown up, who blew it up? I don't know. Beyond that conversation, there seems to be also no proof or evidence that anybody was inside of it, let alone 165 schoolgirls. I've yet to see any proof that anybody died. You hear the storyline, but there's no proof of that either that I've seen. And if by the way, I want to get this right. If you have the proof, send it to me, because I have not seen it. I just keep hearing that number, 165. I'm like, okay, says who? Well, like the IRGC, maybe? I don't know. What I want to say here, though, is that regardless of what happened, right now, I think it's fair to say this is still within the fog of war. We don't know. There's an investigation. Good. Investigate it. That's what needs to happen. I will note something here. For all of the articles and all of the drama and all of the rhetoric surrounding this 165 schoolgirl story, I noticed none of these people that are talking about this nonstop every single day, and I'm talking about people on Twitter, other YouTubers or podcasts or rumblers, I'm talking mainstream media, none of these people had a damn thing to say when in January, 2 months ago, the Iranian regime gunned down 35,000 of their own people. Where was that same energy? They want to talk a whole lot about the 165 schoolgirls. We don't even know if they exist, let alone who blew them up. We don't even know if it happened. What we do know is 2 months ago, the Iranian regime gunned down in the streets 35,000 people at a minimum of their own people because they took to the streets and they were exercising, I was going to say their right to peacefully protest, but they don't have that right. We have that here in America. We're blessed. In Iran, they don't have that right. They were gunned down for trying to do that. Where's that same energy? Where's that rhetoric? I haven't seen that. I can't help but notice a little bit of hypocrisy here. A little bit of hypocrisy here. The investigation is ongoing. Good, investigate it. Now, we have another statement here from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He says that today there will be a 20% surge in U.S. military strikes in Iran. So now we got Dan Kane, General Dan Kane, Commander-in-Chief President Trump, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth saying, today we're bombing the living shit out of them. Sorry, pardon my language, folks. Austin Phillips, $10 super chat. He says, everybody, let's send this man $10 each since there's 15K of us, and let's make this man $150,000 in one life. Okay, listen. Can I be honest here? I really appreciate the super chats. I really, really do. I really, really do. I don't do this for the money. I make enough money. In fact, you know what? At this point, my bills are taken care of. My kids are taken care of. We're good. Everything is fine. The car is paid off. We got the car paid off. I really appreciate if you guys super chat and Rumble rant. You guys don't need to do it. Never, never feel obligated to super chat. Sometimes I see people come in the chat. Can I tell you something funny? I see people come in the chat sometimes, Austin, and they say, oh, Matt is a propagandist. He's getting paid to say this. Somebody's paying Matt Morris to say this or say that. I'm sitting here like, man, I tell you guys, don't super chat. I'm telling the viewers, listen, I make enough money. Do I take sponsorships? Am I doing advertisement plugs? And today's show was brought to you by the Goldsmith Gold Bars. I don't even take sponsorships. I'm telling you guys not to send in super chats. And then I've got people coming here saying, oh, Matt's getting paid to do this. It's not about the money. You know what it is about? It's about America first. It's about good American foreign policy and domestic policy that is good for Americans. It's not about the money. If you do send in a super chat, I really sincerely do appreciate it. Really, I do. Thank you very much. You don't need to do it. I see some people, they say, Matt, I feel so bad. I watch every day, but I don't have money to send in a super chat. Do not feel bad. You don't need to do it. Do not feel bad. I am deeply, I believe I am blessed that you are just here. I don't need your $10. I appreciate it. I'm blessed that you are just here, tuning in. You're a part of the show. You're part of this show just as much as I am. Thank you for being here. Oh, just got to get it all out there. But hey, thank you very much. I don't need $150,000. I'm appreciative for the 10 there. Thank you very much. Pete Hegseth, real quick, what has he got to say? I think this clip here from earlier this morning. Oh, yeah, the 20% surge. Good Lord. Good Lord.
This is it is dynamic, but this is, I think, almost by 20% the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the world's talking about and looking at. And it's our job to have a plan for it, which we do, to address it, and ensure that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well.
So really, folks, this is why today we are doing an 8 or 9 or 10 hour long show, because we're hearing from every single person in the know that today is going to be a big day. Today is going to be a big day. And so we're going to be here all day for it, Now, real quick, we have a lot more to talk about. In fact, actually, this one here, mission. Oh, you're going to want to see this one. One of these big allegations is that this situation is getting out of control, the mission creep. It's getting uncontrollable. The scope of this operation is bigger than anybody could have ever predicted.
Those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about, what they want us to do or what we should do or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again, mission creep or expansive missions or prolonged timelines or democracy building or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in. We're solving for something here, this particular mission set, but also recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive, nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time. So the timeline kept moving, and we kept pouring more troops in and on the ground. And then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan in 2012, what's our mission here? I'm not clear what it is. We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives. We're pursuing those objectives. The president has his hand on the throttle and will decide ultimately when they've been reached that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests.
You know, imagine being a part of a company. You're an employee at a company, and you go to work every day, and you don't even know what product you are making. You don't even know what your job is. You're going to work every day. You don't even know what the objective of the company is. It's probably a little bit confusing as an employee or as somebody going to work, maybe even demoralizing. It might even be demoralizing. You go to work, I don't even know what we do. What do we do at this job, at this company? Now imagine, and I'm going to ask you guys, because some of you, I know we've got combat veterans, men and women in the chat. Is it demoralizing to be a veteran or a combat veteran? And you guys, you got to tell me, because I don't know personally. Is it demoralizing to not know even what your military objective is? Like, okay, we're getting deployed, and I don't even really know why. Okay, all right, I get a call. We're getting deployed to where, God knows where, and I'm not even sure why. I don't even know what the plan is. That's probably like a little bit confusing. I'm just taking a guess here. A little bit confusing at least. I don't know about demoralizing, but at least probably a little bit like, so wait a minute, what are we doing here, right? What's the goal? What's the game plan? I don't know. Okay, so and this is what Hegseth is saying. He says, listen, we want to make sure that everybody knows what the game plan is here. We've got an objective, we've got a mission, we go and we go out and it's done. This is, we're not getting bogged down forever, you know. And then he brings up his own service in Afghanistan and Iraq. I think he said 2011 or 2012. We hear about the Supreme Leader here. You know, hold up. Before we play this one, I want to read a couple super chats before I miss any of these. Before I miss any of these here, we have a super chat from Fun Size. Thank you very much, Fun Size. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. We have a super chat here from Zezla. Says, I could never pay you back for the time and Kathy were there for me. Thanks for being great friends. Thank you, Zezla. Thank you, Zezla. Zezla has been here. She's a moderator. She's been here for 10 years. She's a close friend of ours. Thank you very much. Salvatore says, Matt, we care about you, family, and your puppy. If our super chats help, so be it. They are blessings to you. Well, I appreciate them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Salvatore. One of my favorite names to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We got 9 inches of snow today, and the puppy, I think the kids are outside running around now, too. They're playing in the snow. Deplorable says, you're such a Trump glazer, but I love your content. Have a blessed day, Matt. Have a wine cooler on me. Also objectives. Listen, hey, here's what I'll say. Don't call me a Trump glazer. If you disagree with something I say, let me know. It's not about people. It's about substance of the argument. If you disagree with some domestic or foreign policy stance that I have, or you think I'm wrong about some stat, by all means, let me know, because I don't want to be wrong. I want to be right. So if you think I'm wrong about something, let me know. But don't just, this whole like name calling, you're stupid, you're a it's like, we're not like 13-year-olds. If you disagree with some stance I have, let me know, and then maybe I can change it. Maybe I am wrong about something. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's get some substance in the conversation. Thank you very much. Ronald Morey says, oh, so you think you can tell me what to do? I'll do the opposite. And then he does a super chat. Thank you very much. Then he sends in a super chat. Thank you very much. Russell, thank you. OZ the cat, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Donate the chat to victims. Maybe we can do that. Keely Burke says, you deserve it, Matt. Thank you, Keely. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Roll Clones, the final one here, then we're going to move on. Says, thank you, happy birthday. Okay, it's not my birthday. You guys keep wishing me happy birthday. I've aged like 20 years in the last 2 weeks. It really is something else. Brown Fuse on Rumble says, Matt, I've seen a video on Tusi of the school in Iran where you could see the launcher sitting in the distance. Launches in the school sit while you can see the smoke. Like I said, I really recommend Matt Tardio. Matt Tardio put out a very excellent report on what has gone on here with that school. I cannot recommend that enough. Now, we have a statement here, probably the final one from Hegseth. He says, Iran's supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured.
Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity.
Suppose so.
Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
Nobody knows.
With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response? We will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies.
Disfigured, wounded, and on the run. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the big breaking news developments of the day that right now a lot of people are talking about. This news broke about 2 hours ago. We're finally catching up to the current news here of the day. 2,200 U.S. Marines with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, accompanied by the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group, which consists of the USS Tripoli, LHA-7, okay, so we have a bunch of vessels, have been ordered to deploy to the Middle East amid the ongoing conflict in Iran, according to ABC News. Now, I briefly looked into this. And correct me if I'm wrong here. Just because a Marine Expeditionary Unit has been deployed into a region does not necessarily mean that they are, like, going to start marching up the beaches of the Iranian coast. Now, if you want my speculation here, a lot of people have spoken about Karg Island. We here on this broadcast, we were one of the first broadcasts to speak about Karg Island here. This is right here on the northern bit of the Persian Gulf. It belongs to Iran, little island here. 90% of Iran's oil gets exported, shipped out of this one location on this one island. 90%. This is Oil Island. In fact, you can see it's called Oil Boulevard. That's the name of the road. If anything, if we might see Marines getting deployed like actual boots on the ground somewhere, might it be to a place like Karg Island to lock down this island, to take control of it? Give me a quick yes or no. Might be the case. Those might be the type of young American patriots you send in there. This, what are we calling it? The 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit. Those might be just the guys that you would send in here to try to lock down and secure a location such as this. So maybe that's where things are going here. Maybe now are they going to be storming the beaches of Iran just like D-Day or something? Speculate not. But possibly a little place like Karg Island could be the dynamic at play here. That is definitely a very key geostrategic target. So that's another big component. That's another big bit of news we've gotten here today. And everybody says yes. Now, we also have news here. What are we going on here? Now we're getting to sort of the current news. And it's, oh man, oh my good Lord. I've got all these live news feeds over here. There is a lot to talk about, folks. Good Lord. Okay. We're going to be here all day. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news, Pentagon considers more warships for Hormuz escorts. The Pentagon is considering sending additional warships to the Middle East to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz amid rising attacks by Iran. U.S. Central Command has requested more destroyers and Marine Corps vessels to help protect commercial shipping through the route, which normally carries about 20% of the world's oil supply. Officials say escort missions won't likely begin until the threat from Iran is reduced, a process that could take a month or more, even as U.S. strikes target Tehran's missile and drone capabilities. So we've been talking about this. In fact, we talked about this probably about an hour ago now at this point. Now, so far in the last, 2 weeks just about, we've seen a 90% reduction in Iranian ballistic missile launches. We've seen a 95% reduction in Iranian suicide drone launches. It's not good enough, though. It might need to be 99 or 99.9 before we feel comfortable perching up the U.S. Navy in the Strait of Hormuz. 90 is pretty good, but we might need to see that be 99.999 before we actually put vessels, U.S. naval vessels in this strait. We can't risk it. And so what we're going to see over the next couple of days, I would assume here, is just a complete and total bombardment. That's what we're hearing, at least from Trump and Secretary of War Hegseth and Dan Kane, General Dan Kane. We're hearing, we're just going to keep on bombing the living hell out of these guys. Boom, 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 boom. Crippling their capacity to launch offensive strikes. And then once we feel totally secure that we have completely shut down or just about almost entirely shut down their capacity to launch their drones and missiles. Then the U.S. Navy's going in. We're perching up. I don't know. Like it might be the case that we try to place a bunch of surface-to-air missile launchers in Algeria, right on the coast here. We might build out some type of defense matrix here, right on this little peninsula. We've got vessels perched up in the strait. Who knows what the plan is? That seems to be where things are going here. Now, what's more, we have another report. I'm sorry, we talked about this one earlier. That's unrelated to any of this. Folks, what I'm going to do now we're sort of segueing into the portion of the show. Let's pull up Beirut here. See that smoke out there? You see that smoke out there? That's an Israeli airstrike that blew up some Hezbollah location recently. That must be recent. Now, we are now getting into the segment of today's broadcast where we're going to be talking about breaking news live coverage. So I'm going to quickly scan some of our news sources and bring this out and put it in front of you folks. I want to say thank you all very much for being here today. Hey, if you're new to the show, hit that like button and make sure to subscribe. You guys successfully pressured me. I was getting a lot of feedback, private messages on Twitter, the chat. Yesterday you were saying, Matt, we need you to come back 8 hours a day. Well, today I think we can justify it because there's a lot going on today. Austin Phillips, he says, Matt, I just think you're awesome. The only person I listen to on here and trust when it comes to news on anything. I trust no one else or no other media outlet to get my information of the day from. I listen on my way to work. I'll tell you, Austin. And by the way, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't want to complain too much here, but man, there's just so much, first off, fake news in the news cycle right now. But what's more, man, a lot of people that I used to trust, that I used to like, I used to read their opinions, I would watch their videos, a lot of people that I used to tune into, over the last 2 weeks, they have just gone effing insane. Have you noticed that? Give me a 1 in the chat if somebody that you used to watch prior to, I don't know, the last 2 weeks, you've noticed that they have just lost their damn mind. They've gone effing insane over the last 2 weeks because of this entire dynamic. There's a lot of people that I used to respect. I used to watch them. I used to tune in. I used to wait every day. I can't wait to watch this guy. And now it's just like, dude, what the hell is going on here? Okay, that's a lot of ones. I'm seeing a lot of ones. And, you know, I'm not doing this with you guys to say how great I am. I'm just saying, man, a lot of people I used to watch, I'm not watching anymore. To be fair, it's a divisive topic. Oh, what do we have here? We're moving the camera, folks. Now we're looking at the Beirut airport. You can hear gunshots in Beirut. Our camera guy is looking around. Something's going on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes ago, I'm getting a report. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. Okay, massive reports coming out of Tehran, Iran right now, as the Israel Defense Force has announced a new wave of widespread strikes in Tehran. Massive reports of explosions. Massive explosions in Tehran right now. And I'm sure we're probably going to have video footage of that coming on out here pretty soon. This is a hospital in Beirut, by the way. You can see people walking around in there. This building is so illuminated because it is a hospital. And he's zooming in on that here. So, folks, it is happening. It is happening. The great bombing is happening. The U.S. and Israel, we are right this very second blowing the living hell out of Beirut and all of the IRGC targets therein. Once again, I just want to clarify. When we're dropping bombs, these are not like carpet bombing campaigns. We're not firebombing Tehran. We're not, blowing up civilians. All of these strikes are very targeted, attempting to destroy key IRGC locations. Did I say Beirut? Okay, apologies. Hey, listen. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. I said Beirut. Hold up. Do we have red alerts here? Listen to what I say. No, don't listen to what I say. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. Apologies. Okay, I do not see any red alerts right now. I do not see any red alerts. Not at the moment. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, dear. Folks, massive bombing right now. We don't have any videos or footage yet. Massive bombing campaign over Tehran. I almost said Beirut again. Over Tehran in Iran. These are U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. Blasts are echoing. Okay, I've got footage maybe. Blasts right now are echoing across Tehran as the IDF announced a new round of large-scale strikes on Iranian targets. I've got footage from CENTCOM. This footage shows a series of B-2 stealth bombers taking off to conduct a bombing run. This just got released by CENTCOM. Oh boy. Oh boy. And there he goes. And there he goes. This thing is like, it's like the Grim Reaper. This thing is like the Grim Reaper taking to the sky. Good, look at that. Good Lord. What you just saw is like watching the Grim Reaper pick up his scythe. About to go to work. Clocking into work. Uh-huh. Blasts are echoing across Tehran right now. I guess Trump just held an interview with Jake Paul, who's an influencer and I believe a boxer. I think he's a boxer now. I'm going to put this up real quick.
This country, I mean, we did this excursion. We had to do it. Wipe out evil. You know, sometimes you have evil. And for 47 years, they've been killing people, you know, in the most violent way. The roadside bombs all over the place. That was 95% of them are from Iran. Soleimani, that was the one. We took him out. We did a lot of things, the B-2 bombers, and all of this whole thing that we're doing now is people have waited for 47 years for it to happen. So we have to do it right. But our military has been unbelievable.
Got to do it right. If you're going to do a job, you got to do it right. I'll tell you, I can't speak for everybody. I can't speak for anybody here. I'll tell you what I've seen. I have seen so many, this is on Twitter, and I want to know what you folks feel about this, especially if you served during the global war on terrorism. I have seen so many people, veterans, that served during the global war on terrorism that are coming out in huge support of this conflict. And presumably the reason why. Why would a global war on terror veteran come out and be in support of what Trump is doing now to Iran? Because Trump is right. 95% of those IEDs, all the terror cells, all the terror proxies, where does it trace back to? Where does it all go back to? Well, it's Iran. It's Iran. Everybody knows exactly who's responsible for a lot of this stuff. One more time, folks. I have another confirmation here. That a new wave of Israeli strikes are taking place on Tehran. A new wave of Israeli strikes are taking place on Tehran. We have just confirmation after confirmation. K9 Capone says, Matt, thank you for all you do. I may not say much in chat, but you're my go-to for information and current news. My objective here is to be the best background noise I possibly can be. You're tuning in, you're listening. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have an audio, and thank you, by the way. We have an audio clip. This is a recent Trump interview from this morning, just in fact, I believe moments ago. Is Putin helping the Iranians?
You think Putin is helping them?
I think he might be helping them a little bit, yeah, I guess. And he probably thinks we're helping Ukraine, right?
And you are, right?
Yeah, we're helping them also. And so he says that. And China would say the same thing. You know, it's like, hey, they do it and we do it, in all fairness.
So there's Trump. Trump says, yeah, I would guess that probably the Russians are helping the Iranians. And you know what? He probably thinks that we're helping the Ukrainians. And we are. And we are. And we have been. And we have been. Okay, folks. We saw a missile strike about 45 minutes ago targeting Tel Aviv. We've got some footage of that. Full screen this. Oh my gosh. So folks, in the recent missile barrage that we saw here live together about 45 minutes ago, this is the aftermath. One of them, it's always hard to know if it was a direct hit or if it was debris falling down from the sky. But this is some of the aftermath here in central Israel. Somewhere in central Israel. Even the debris can do damage like this. The debris is dangerous. It's hot, it's flaming, it's massive. It's like the size of a school bus falling out of the sky, and it's on fire. The USA doesn't help Ukraine. Are you stupid? I'm sorry. Hey, that was very rude. Hey, I'm sorry. That was very rude. That's not a question. You are stupid. It was rude of me to frame that as a question. You are stupid. Anyway, we have breaking news coming from the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense, who has just announced the tracking and interceptions of 2 Iranian drones targeting Riyadh. So, folks, as of a couple moments ago, the Iranians are still firing ballistic missiles at the Saudi Arabians. One moment here, folks. So earlier this morning, we've got footage of this. The Iranian regime targeted Tel Aviv with cluster munitions. We've got more video footage of these cluster munitions. And this is just hours ago. New footage. So I remember, for the first half of this conflict, for the first 7 days, we were all sitting here wondering, is this debris? Are these cluster munitions? What's going on here? What are these things? Well, it seems like everybody has just kind of agreed that now these are, in fact, cluster munitions. We keep hearing from Israel. We keep hearing from Israel, at least, that these are, in fact, cluster munitions. I think they are. I think they probably are cluster munitions. This doesn't really look like debris. We've seen a lot of this. And that's deadly. That's pretty bad. That's very deadly. We've got more footage of that here, allegedly. So in this clip, we don't see any of that. We just hear the sirens going off. It's so weird because when I go on Twitter, on X, I see a lot of people talking about how Tel Aviv is now nothing more than a smoldering crater. It's been blown up. It's been completely destroyed. None of the buildings are still standing. Yet all the footage that is still coming out of Tel Aviv and all of the live footage, we've got live footage of Tel Aviv. It's so weird because I still see, it seems like Tel Aviv is like pretty much fine. I'm sure it's taken a little bit of damage, but it seems like everything is actually kind of pretty much fine. Seems to be the case. Now, one moment here, folks. It is going to be a very eventful broadcast here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, I can promise you that much. I can promise you that much. Right, in fact, right this very moment, we know for a fact that Iran is getting hit very, very hard. We've heard from Trump and Hegseth and General Dan Kane that tonight we're going to be hitting the Iranian regime harder than we've ever hit them before. Now, what are we looking at here? This is news from a couple hours ago, before the sun went down in the Middle East. Crazy footage from yesterday at the Nineveh Governorate in northern Iraq, close to the Kurdish majority city of Erbil, showing an American low-cost unscrewed combat attack system, Lucas, which is our copycat of the Iranian Shahed suicide drone, striking a building utilized by Iraq's Iranian-backed PMF. So this is a U.S. suicide drone blowing up a proxy force location for the IRGC. Okay, hold up. Rewind here. Wow. Those things pack a punch. Good God. This is a U.S. attack. We did this. It seems like U.S. and Israel, we have entered phase two. Phase two now is, right now, we are really making use of drones. We've got these Lucas kind of copycat drones. And also that now we're using, you just saw one of those, and now Israel is making use of these almost like Ukrainian-style drones, very small drones, and they're sending them towards IRGC checkpoints inside of Iran to take out IRGC checkpoint locations. We saw that yesterday. Reports of a drone interception this morning over Dubai. The Iranians are still hitting Dubai. You have footage of that? Mm-hmm. Oh, damn. There's the Burj Khalifa. Wow. Well, hey, where do you think that smoke is coming from? Yeah, it must have been from a suicide drone. Would not be the first time. Anyway, no, this right here, what you're looking at, this is the tallest building in the world. It's right in the heart of Dubai. Tallest building in the world. Can we get eyes on that? Dubai. You saw Tom Cruise climb to the top of this thing. The Burj Khalifa is what it's called. Let's look up at it real quick. I mean, God forbid anything crashes into that damn thing. Where is that? There? Whoa. Yep. That is a tall building. And of course, as we're looking at that, we have an Israeli airstrike. All right, we need to rewind. We need to rewind and watch this. Folks, pay attention. We just had, I apologize, we just had an Israeli airstrike in Beirut. Of course, the 1 second we look away, there it is. There it is. Top right. Yep, there it is. And there is the smoke. And it's coming up. Once again, why is Israel striking Beirut in Lebanon? Because Lebanon is infested with what? Okay, we'll play a game. Fill in the blank. Lebanon is infested with what? You fill in the blank here. Hezbollah, that's right. That's right. Rats, Hezbollah. And so now for almost 2 weeks, we've seen the Israeli Air Force, the IAF, just pound the living hell. It's Beirut, but really it's everywhere. Taking out key Hezbollah locations. Headquarters, storage facilities, munitions, depots. They've got bunkers there too. Bunkers, all of it. Nebula, Hezbollah. Isn't there a little fighter named Hezbollah or Hezbollah? What's the little midget guy? Sorry to be rude. Maybe that's a rude term, midget. I don't know if I can say that these days. That might be politically incorrect. I love midgets, by the way. I like them a lot. But anyway, I think there's a little guy. He's a little fighter. His name is Hezbollah or something like that. You know the guy I'm talking about. Hezbollah is his name. Not to be confused with Hezbollah, different. Okay, folks, I have another perhaps better angle of this. Take a look here. Don't blink. Yep, top right, top right. So that just happened a moment ago. We saw that one there. We saw that one there. Good Lord. Bear with me here, folks. You know what we can do? That'll do. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got reports still coming out at light speed, folks. If you are tuning in right this very moment, Tehran and all of the IRGC locations therein are right now getting bombed to a level which they have never seen before. Biggest bombing campaign yet. We have a statement real quick. We have a statement coming from Erdogan from Turkey. He says Turkey will not get dragged into a war with Iran, but it is prepared to go against all threats. Why might he be saying this? Well, I'll tell you why. Because over the last 12 days now, the Iranian regime, they have fired, I believe, 3 ballistic missiles towards Iran, all of which have been intercepted. They just keep on doing it. They just keep on doing it. I mean, Turkey, yeah, maybe I said the wrong thing. I apologize. Now, yeah, maybe Turkey's chicken. I don't know. We have an update here. I pull this up. I'm very curious. Folks, dozens of United States Air Force aerial refueling tankers are currently operating over the Middle East tonight, supporting strikes on Iran. That's happening now. The strikes are remarkably busy along the Saudi-Iraqi border as tankers rotate over the Persian Gulf to top up the fighters. Wow. Folks, can we track this live? Bear with me here. We might be able to see this live. Stand by here, folks. All right, let's pull up our great website. It's called Flight Radar. Right now, we are tracking civilian commercial aircraft. Let's do military or government aircraft. Oh my God. We have never seen this. Wow. Oh my good God. Folks, let's count. U.S. Stratotanker. U.S. Stratotanker. U.S. Pegasus. That's like kind of the new version, the new upgraded model of the Stratotanker. So let's say that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and you're British. And you're British, so you don't count. Folks, we have 16 U.S. Stratotankers, let's say tanker aircraft, in the air right now. Now, what does this mean? What you are witnessing right now, this is a display of dominance. Because these Stratotankers, this Pegasus here, they could go dark. They could flip off their transponders if they wanted to, at which point we wouldn't be able to see them. We wouldn't be able to publicly track them. The reason that we can publicly track them right now, that everybody can publicly track them right now, is because they are allowing it. They want to be seen. They want to be seen. They want to be tracked. Why? Why do they want to be seen? Because they're sending a message. And this is a message of dominance. The message is this: we are conducting aerial refueling operations up in your face. We're not doing aerial refueling over the skies of Israel or the Eastern Mediterranean or even Jordan. We are doing aerial refueling operations in your face, and there's nothing you can do about it. We do have this guy spamming the live chat. Sir, you need to not spam the live chat, please. And also, keep in mind here, I'm going to point something out. None of these tankers here, you can see where they're flying. None of them are actually conducting refueling operations right here. They're going to and from wherever else they're conducting. Because, you know, whenever a tanker is conducting refueling operations, they kind of do something like this. They sort of fly in loops. They're looping. That means that there was a refueling operation conducted. So the fact that none of these guys over here are looping, well, that means that they're not doing it here. That means they're doing it perhaps over the Persian Gulf. They might be conducting refueling maneuvers over here, just literally. They might be refueling over Iranian airspace. They might be doing it over Iranian airspace, over which they are going dark. But they're letting everybody know, listen, we are flying wherever we want. We're doing whatever we want right now. Now, how's the Emirati airspace? Let me flip off military. Let's do passenger. Emirati airspace is open. Qatari airspace is closed. Eastern Saudi Arabian airspace is closed. They don't want anybody flying over here. Makes sense, because still to this day, I mean, as of an hour ago, the Iranians were launching suicide drones at Riyadh for an hour ago. Makes you wonder. We know it's very busy up there in the air tonight. I mean, when you've got this many tankers up there, you know it is busy. You know it is busy. I wonder, maybe one of you in the live chat knows this. Is there a common ratio of fighters or bombers to tankers? So you can say, okay, for every tanker up in the air, on average, there's three other aircraft. Maybe there's no way. Maybe there is no ratio. Maybe there is no way to determine that. It would be curious if there was, though. You could say, for every one tanker, there's 3 bombers or fighters up there, and then you can kind of do the math. Okay, well, if there's 10 tankers, that means there's 30 bombers or fighters. I'm not sure. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. Maybe there is. Maybe there is. Top secret information? Maybe it's top secret information. That might be classified. 4 to 6 depends on the plane. And then this guy says 15 to 17. Maybe it's 6 to 7. Maybe. I don't know. Hey, you think it's 6 to 7? I don't know. Right now we are we are on the cusp of having footage come out from Tehran. Once again, right now the U.S. and Israel, we are bombing the living hell out of Tehran right now. All the IRGC locations in Tehran. And footage should be emerging here very shortly. Goodness gracious, Ruby Hoove, one of my favorites. One of my favorites. Thank you, Ruby. Ruby? Thank you, Ruby. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Trump and company are rocking it. I think they are. I think so. I think so. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Super chat from Mr. Schroeder. He says, I was also born in Portland, Oregon. My parents moved us out when I was 3 years old. Thank God. Keep up the good work, Matt. Proud Morse Force member. Thank you, sir. It is just such a shame what has happened to Portland. We need to make Portland great again. I have an update here, ladies and gentlemen. We have a statement from the Hezbollah leader, Qassem. He says, quote, when the operation is joint between the two sides, Hezbollah and Iran, we will be able to weaken the enemy, Israel, and bring him to a better agreement. Is that right? Is this the face of a man who is in control? Is this man in control of the situation? I don't think so. In fact, the last 2 weeks or so, it's been a pretty bad time for men that look like this. They've been having a tough time. We hear gunfire in Beirut. That is not the face of a man who is calling the shots. He's not calling the shots. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a statement from the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. They say, we are now carrying out the most massive, powerful attack on Israel since the start of the war. Okay, where is it? Where is that? Okay. Where? It is possible that they forgot where Israel even is. Maybe they don't even know where it is. The Iranian regime has officially given approval to the Indian government for liquefied petroleum tankers to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. So now the Indians are now free to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. And we're going to do a little bit of a refresh here. We have our live marine traffic tracker here. Well, I'll be damned. I mean, what do you see? You are starting to see some vessels. Now, by the way, red vessels, these are tankers. Green are not. Green are like cargo shipping. But red equals oil, gas, explosive. You know what we should do here? There's a very cool feature on this website. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. We can do a replay. Let's do a playback. Let's do the past 24 hours, and we're going to watch the boats go. The vessels. Crank up the speed. So we can watch them all move around here. This is the last 24 hours of all maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we have heard that the Chinese and now the Indians have been given permission to go through. So it's safe to say that most of these vessels going through publicly with their transponders on are probably Chinese or Indian. Like Noor not Nabuwat, I would speculate that's Indian. Now, there are more vessels that are going through with their transponders off. Some of them are kind of doing it secretly. There's one right there. Coming out on the east side. Look at that. Mm-hmm. most of these vessels, most of them still are a little bit too scared to do it. Now, something very curious. I suspect that this is more of a glitch. I think that's probably not actually happening. Sometimes there are glitches. You can tell if you ever have a big clump of vessels just sailing in a straight line, it's like, where the hell are you even going? Probably a glitch. Probably a glitch. Now, why don't we take a look? So for instance, who are you? The MSV Al Mohammed. This guy is going through right now. Look at that. This guy's making a run for it. And he's Indian. I should have known he's Indian. Well, he got permission. The Iranian said, all right, Indians can go on through. Now, this guy's not a tanker, of course. I don't know what the hell they're transporting on this thing. But this is an Indian vessel, and so he's making a run for it. They've been given permission. Coming out of India. Now, what else have we got? Are you really there, or are you not there? Let me take a look. Yeah, I think this is not a tanker. I think this is a cargo transport. That's a big cargo transport. And you are out of, where? What was your flag? This is, Panama. Panamanian. So, you, sir, you've got to be careful. Because you are not Indian or Chinese. You are Panamanian. And things might get a little bit dicey for you out here. We'll take a look at one more. This is the Shinas Oman. You're Greece. This is a Greek vessel. And you are a bulk carrier. So if you are really there, sir, you better be careful. You should probably not be there. Or, you know, maybe they're just making a run for it. Maybe they're making a run for it. Let's go back to our satellite there. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have more breaking news here that I'd like to share with you. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I think you guys are going to like this one. Domestically, back here in the U.S., the U.S. government is monitoring Iranians at home in the U.S. amid terror concerns. The U.S. is keeping some Iranian residents under watch over concerns about potential domestic terrorism tied to the ongoing conflict with Iran. President Donald Trump said this much. He said this on Fox News earlier this morning. U.S. agencies have elevated counter-terror alerts and are monitoring possible sleeper cell threats on U.S. soil as Allied strikes on Iranian targets continue. You know what is just, frankly, I don't know, astounding, disgusting? Is that, look, you can still see smoke coming up out there in the distance. Good Lord. Anyway, what is just astounding and disgusting is that we are now 12 days into this war with Iran, and the Democrats have still shut down the DHS. You know that thing, it's called the Department of Homeland Security, the DHS? The Democrats still refuse to open it, even though we are at war with Iran right now. And what's more, we have had 4 Islamic terror attacks on U.S. soil in the last 2 weeks. We're at war with Iran. We're concerned about sleeper cells. We're concerned about everything. Terrorists inside of the country. We've already had 4 Islamic terror attacks in the last 2 weeks, and still the DHS is shut down. Crazy. We need mass deportations. You know who spoke about this earlier? I think it was last night. Dan Bongino, what do you have to say about immigration?
Dan, today was just another awful day. Could have been a lot worse. Your reaction?
Well, thankfully, we have a president right now who is absolutely clear-eyed on the immigration problem. When I say the immigration problem, I think you kind of hit on it in the beginning there. I'm not just talking about illegal immigration, which is an obvious problem. It's illegal. I'm talking about the legal immigration issue we've had as well. Laura, I understand the economics of immigration, demographics, funding, Social Security. I get that. Put that aside for a second. Economics don't mean anything if you're dead. We have to see this clear-eyed, and this president does. You know, importing the entire world and having this permissive immigration system where we allow people in that maybe don't share our cultural values. It's national suicide to do that. Now, this is the important part of this I want to emphasize. I say that because this is critical now.
So, hold up. One moment here, folks. Sirens in Beirut. Anyway, no, Bongino is totally right about that. And I've got to say something here. I need to call this out. For a long time, we have been talking about the problems with illegal immigration. They're violating our immigration law. They're sneaking into our country. They're invading our country. Illegal immigration is obviously unacceptable. Shut it down. Deport the people that came in illegally. We need to have a very serious adult conversation about legal immigration. Yes, illegal is bad and unacceptable, but also not every legal immigrant is good either. Immigration is not just as easy to solve as legal good, illegal bad. And if you want an example of this, if you want really a perfect example, folks, in the last 2 weeks, we have had 4 Islamic terror attacks. All 4 of them were legal immigrants. All 4. 4 Islamic terror attacks in 2 weeks. All 4 of them came in the country legally. Immigration is more complex than just legal good, illegal bad. That's a very simple mindset. I called out Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, 3 weeks ago, less than 3 weeks ago, said on Twitter, Senator Ted Cruz, my approach to immigration is very simple. Legal, good, illegal, bad. This mindset, this very one-dimensional, surface-level mindset has gotten, I don't know how many Americans killed. We have a red alert on the northern border of Israel with, as far north as you can possibly go. This is a confrontation line red alert. Generally, these alerts do not last very long. They do not last very long. What this means in all likelihood is that the IDF and Hezbollah, they're taking shots at each other along the border. They tend to do that. They tend to do that. Anytime an immigrant is let into this country, the question, from anywhere, by the way, the question should be asked, what do Americans get out of it? What does America get out of it? What does America get out of letting 10,000 Haitians into the country legally? Just because the 10,000 Haitians or Somalians came into the country legally does not mean that it is good for America or for us Americans living in America. Should not let them in. We have a statement from the IRGC. This may or may not be true. In fact, I would speculate that it probably is not true. This might even be... I thought I saw something. This might be IRGC propaganda bullshit, but we'll take a look at this. The IRGC have just made the claim, they have announced that they have just shot down a U.S. MQ-9 Reaper drone, which is an unmanned aerial vehicle. They say that they shot it down over Bandar Abbas in southern Iran. Now, you know for a fact that we have dozens, I don't know, perhaps even hundreds of these things flying over the skies of Iran at all times. Maybe within the realm of dozens. They are saying that they shot one of these down. Bandar Abbas. So why don't we pull that in on Google Maps? Let's take a look at where this might be. According to the Iranians, where did they shoot one of these things down? Bandar Abbas. And there it is. Ah, it's right on the coast. Oh, yeah, there it is. Can we do satellite? There we go. So Bandar Abbas, here's the Strait of Hormuz. Guess what? Right in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, you know what? This is the type of place that our drones would be flying over, to say the least. Now, whether or not they shot one of those down, I couldn't tell you. It's conceivable, although unlikely. Now, they've got little ports all along the place here. A little marina. They got the boats. Look at these. These almost look like, I suppose these are like ferries. These are little ferries they have here going to and about. People can drive up their cars, drive on up into the ferry. There's a little bit of a bigger one. So they've got these little port cities all along the coast. Look at that. Uh-huh. This looks more like a little shipping city almost. That's right. Iran, man, Iran really has a lot of coastline. A lot of coastline. From, you know, all the way over here to all the way. In fact, you know what? You guys know I'm a numbers guy. I want to compare the length of the Iranian coastline to the length of the U.S. coastline. Compare length of Iranian coastline. Let's say to continental U.S. We're not going to count Alaska and we're not going to count Hawaii. To length of continental USA coastline. I would bet that it is one half. One half as long. We are not counting Alaska. That would be cheating. That would be cheating. So, I was totally wrong. The continental U.S. coastline is about 8 times longer than the Iranian coastline. And that's continental U.S. We're not even counting Alaska. 8 times longer. That's a pretty. I was thinking half. That's pretty. That's impressive. The U.S. coast. We've got a big coastline. We've got one hell of a coastline, man. We got to give credit where it's due. Now we have a super chat here from Wretched Egg. Says, America wouldn't be America without legal immigrants. That's just a fact. We wouldn't have Trump without legal immigration. Well, nobody is saying. Listen, I don't even think that anybody is saying we should shut down all legal immigration. I think that people are saying we should be incredibly discriminatory. Here's a fact. You know that the United States, up until 1965, some of you were alive at this point, only took legal immigrants from Europe effectively. There were no legal immigrants in the U.S. from Somalia. We weren't taking them. We wouldn't accept them. This is why a lot of people have the problem with the Hart-Celler Act. The Hart-Celler Act totally obliterated our immigration policy that had gotten us where we were as a country up to 1965, and in comes the Hart-Celler Act, and then our legal immigration system was just completely flipped on top of its head. In fact, I'll tell you something even crazier. In 1912, about 100 years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court determined that Indians couldn't be U.S. citizens. And when I say Indians, I mean Indians from India, not Native Americans. It was only 100 years ago that the U.S. Supreme Court said, like, you actually need to be white to even be a citizen or a native or a freed slave. And so these are components of American history that maybe a lot of people don't like to talk about, but sort of need to be talked about if you want to talk about the origin of our country, how our country came to be. This country was not built by legal Haitian immigrants or legal, Somalian immigrants. It was pretty much exclusively Europeans. And our immigration, you can go back and read our immigration policy. It literally says this explicitly. That we were very discriminatory, like very discriminatory. That is just a matter of fact. And if acknowledging American history makes you uncomfortable, then I don't know what to tell you, but that is a matter of fact. What's more, going into a little bit more detail, up until 1965, we had racial and national quota laws. That was how our immigration system was built. To give you more detail here, it was all very formulaic. So let's say the U.S. in 1950 had 200,000 ethnic Germans living in the country. Well, we limited the degree to which we accepted new German immigrants to generally around 1 or 2% per year of the Germans we already had in the country. So let's say we had 100,000 ethnic Germans in the U.S., then we would only take 1,000, maybe 2,000 ethnic German immigrants in the country that year. It was all very quota-based, mathematically formulated to ensure that these people had time to assimilate and that we weren't overtaken by German immigrants. People needed to assimilate, and we had mathematical formulas to make sure that they did. In 1965, we just kind of kicked open the floodgates and said, everybody can come in. All right, everybody's coming in. You can see that has proven to be absolutely catastrophic. That's catastrophic. Has the country gotten worse or better after 1965 when we overhauled our immigration system? It's become significantly worse. Your country is nothing more than the people living in the country. If you've got bad people living in the country, your country is going to be bad. Some people are saying red alerts. I'm not seeing any red alerts at all right now. There are no red alerts right now. We've got no red alerts. Someone said, Matt Morris, you are so full of shit. I'm not, listen, just to be clear, I'm giving you an American history. I'm telling you, if you want, I can pull up the immigration legislation. If you want, I can show you that, this was the law. This was congressionally passed legislation regulating how immigration operated. I'm not even really telling you my opinion. I'm just like, this is American history. That is just American history. American history is full of maybe some very controversial things that a lot of people don't know about, but that might that they're true nonetheless. You want to hear something even more controversial? I haven't even told you the most controversial thing that you have never been taught. You want to hear it? This I know is going to piss people off if I tell you this next thing. By the way, no, we do not have. There's no red alerts. There are no red alerts right now. You want to hear? Okay. George Washington, this country's very first president, the beloved George Washington, he was the president at the time, signed this country's very first piece of congressionally passed immigration legislation. It was passed through Congress. It landed on George Washington's desk, and then he signed it. Our very first piece of immigration legislation. You know what that legislation said that George Washington signed? It said that only white people of good character can become U.S. citizens. And once again, I'm not endorsing this by saying this. I'm just telling you this is American history. According to George Washington, only white people are allowed to be U.S. citizens. That might make you upset. I don't care. That's just like a fact of the matter. Like I said, the reason why I say that is because there's a lot of American history that might piss some people off that maybe a lot of people don't know about. Controversial history, I suppose. No, there are no red alerts. There are no red alerts right now. You MAGA morons gonna drill your way out of the mess you're in. Well, that's such a silly thing to say because this drill, baby, drill energy independence policy is like great. America is the #1 oil producing nation in the world. So if there's an energy crisis or an oil crisis, wouldn't you want to be totally energy independent and not reliant on other countries? I would be. So yes, drill baby drill. Yes, drill baby drill. That's right. That is right. U.S. President Donald J. Trump has denied statements from the Pentagon and Ukraine's Zelensky stating that the United States had requested and been granted direct assistance from Ukraine in order to help counter the threat posed by Iranian one-way attack drones. We had seen, I don't know, a couple days ago, Zelensky came out. Zelensky said this. He said that he is working with the U.S. He's providing materials and all types of things. Ukrainian technology to help intercept Shahid suicide drones. Trump said, no, they're not. Nope. Trump said, we actually don't need help from Ukraine to shoot down suicide drones. So it seems as if Zelensky was not telling the truth there. Hi, Matt. This is from Sterling Wilson, one of my favorite viewers. He says, hey, Matt, can you give your opinion on the Jones Act and what security measures we might want everyone to think about? I'm not feeling too good about the decision, but maybe I'm missing something. So this is something Hold up here. Hold up here. We've got just a little confrontation up here on the confrontation line. I think probably nothing to be too concerned about. So this is something I've only Sterling. This is something I've only had a little bit of time to read into. So Trump, I don't know if he's done this already or if he's thinking about it, on the cusp of doing it. He's considering allowing foreign tankers, foreign naval vessels to transport goods from U.S. ports to U.S. port to U.S. port to help ease energy prices here. You know, I'll tell you what, I think if Trump does it, he's got the intel, he has the info. I think it's one of those default situations. The Trump administration, the Trump cabinet, they're going to know infinitely more about this than anyone else. They've got all the security threats under control, I would assume. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. If Trump decides to pull the trigger on that, I think we have to assume it's probably going to be okay. We have a super chat from the Pastor Mike. Pastor Mike, good to see you, sir. Good to see you. He says, been a while, brother, but you raise a great point regarding immigration. We should match that of New Zealand. I think they keep a fairly balanced and regulated policy that protects both residents as well as those immigrating. Just my opinion. So I'm not sure exactly how New Zealand does it, so I can't really endorse that because I don't know. But I will. I'll tell you something here. Right now, Trump already has instituted a travel ban on dozens of, we will call them, third world countries. And I think that's probably a good idea. I think that's a good idea. Thank you, by the way. Good to see you. Good to see you. I think that's probably a good idea. You could pretty easily put together a list of 50, 60, maybe 70 countries on this planet and say, you know what? We just don't really want people from those countries. Sorry. Hey, it is what it is. We don't really need any of you. Good idea. Great idea. And to a certain degree, that is kind of what Trump has done. Good idea, great idea. Good idea, great idea. And, keep in mind, real quick, we've got like Americans, like actual Americans, native-born Americans here in this country that are very smart, genius, that can't find jobs. They've been pushed out of the job market by foreign workers, by H-1B visa holders. 9%, I actually know the number, 9% of American STEM graduates, science, technology, engineering, math, cannot find a job in their own field, in their own science, technology, math field, because there aren't enough jobs. The jobs are being given to H-1B visa workers. That's unacceptable. As far as I'm concerned, that is unacceptable. And these big companies, these big businesses, they would rather give those jobs to foreign laborers, H-1B workers, because they can pay them less. They can treat them worse. They can give them fewer benefits. They save money. Those jobs need to be given to Americans. So this whole notion that, right, well, we just don't have bright Americans. We don't have them, so we have to import them. Well, actually, we do. We've got the brightest people in the world, and many of them can't find jobs because they've been sold out and screwed over by big tech and big businesses. Now, one moment here, folks. Today we are doing live breaking news coverage all day. Hold up, listen. You guys keep saying red alert. No, okay, we're good. Okay, no, okay, we do not have a red alert right now. I will request do not post the red alert in the chat unless there actually is a red alert. I appreciate that. We might have a little bit of fake news going on out here. Okay, I've got something absolutely crazy. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, you guys know who she is. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro has been investigating Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, but that has now been shut down. Judge Boasberg, you all know who Judge Boasberg is, has just blocked her investigation, effectively giving Jerome Powell total investigatory immunity. He has just made U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro powerless, effectively powerless, is what he has just done. So the weaponization of the justice system continues. We have a brief little video here. He did it again. He just did it again.
Including cost overruns, is a grand jury subpoena. Today, however, in Washington, an activist judge has taken that tool away from us by inserting himself and preventing the grand jury from even obtaining, let alone hearing evidence. He has neutered the grand jury's ability to investigate crime. As a result, Jerome Powell today is now bathed in immunity, preventing my office from investigating the Federal Reserve. This is wrong, and it is without legal authority.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there because right now we have sirens in Bahrain. Obviously, that is insane. Something has got to be done about Boasberg. I couldn't even tell you what, to be honest, but something's got to be done about that guy. Sirens in Bahrain. What does that mean? This is 1 minute ago. That means in Bahrain, the Iranians are firing suicide missiles and suicide drones and ballistic missiles towards the Bahrainis, is what that means right now. The attacks are underway. The attacks are underway. You know, every time that we get news like that, even if we can't actually see that unfold live, even if we can't see that strike or that attack happen in live time, it is a reminder that the Iranian regime is still, in fact, firing missiles and bombs at its regional neighbors. That is what that means. They are not relenting. Luckily, we have forced them to relent a little bit by nature of blowing up all of their missile launch sites, etc. But they are still, at least some of them are still trying to fire these things. At least some of them. Now, we have a massive couple super chats here. Once more, Pastor Mike, thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much, Pastor. Thank you very much. Chosen Outlaw, he says, thanks for all you do, Matt. I'm thinking of doing 8-hour streams, not this week, though, next week. Here we are all day. Thank you, and to your wife. Thank you. You know, I woke up this morning and I saw the news. Here's what I saw. I saw Trump, and I saw Hegseth, and I saw Kane, all of whom today said, today, we are going to be hitting them harder than we have ever hit them before. And I said, okay, here we go again. I said, okay, we're not doing the 1-hour show. It's going to be an 8-hour show. How long have we been here already? We've been here we're just getting going, not even 3 hours. We're just getting going, Pastor Mike. And Chosen Outlaw, thank you again. Wretched Egg says, I've never understood this misconception that Hispanic people are right with Democrat principles. Hispanic people always tend to lean right if we embrace them. Republicans never lose an election. I think that is a plan of the Democrats that has in large part backfired. Namely with Hispanic men. Hispanic men at a rate of 54% voted for Trump. That was a huge wake-up call for the Democrats. You know what? You know what we can hope for? Given that all these Hispanic men are voting for Republicans, maybe that is going to compel the Democrats to stop pursuing open border policies. Because the reason why the Democrats wanted to open up the border was because, well, of course, all the Hispanics are going to vote for the Democrats. But what happened? They opened up the border, and then Hispanics are voting for Republicans. So maybe the Democrats will say, all right, the plan backfired. All right, shut it down. Shut it down. Close the border down. Shut it down. We can't bring any more of these people in here. They're not even voting for us. Who knows? We can hope. We can hope. I'm not holding my breath. We can hope, though. Ladies and gentlemen, right this very moment, the Iranian regime is conducting an airstrike against Bahrain. Bahrain is a regional ally in the Persian Gulf right here. A little island nation, very oil-rich island nation is what it looks like right there. Can we drop down? We're going in. I'm going in. And this is what it looks like on the streets of Bahrain. You know, it's not exactly Dubai, but it's not terrible. It's not terrible. Well, okay, this is looking a little bit better. See, it's not that bad. Now, of course, you wouldn't want to be here right now at this exact moment, given that Bahrain has been probably the primary target, maybe even more than Israel, for these Iranian airstrikes. I'm sorry, Iranian ballistic missile strikes and suicide drone strikes. They've just been getting the living hell beat out of them. So you wouldn't want to be there now, but maybe someday you have a nice vacation to Bahrain. I'm not sure. Maybe someday. Do we have cameras? Why don't we take a look at our Middle Eastern cameras here? I'll leave these up on the screen here just for one moment. Doesn't look that bad. I've seen worse. Darla Shannon, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. He says, I love that you deep dive into geography and systems of the country while also giving us news as it comes. That makes you one of the best. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. You got to be curious. You got to be a curious person. Now, speaking of being curious, I've got something, Darla, that I want to share with you, ma'am. What do we have here? Oh, hold up real quick. There's something flying over Tel Aviv. I'd think that maybe just be nothing, though. Okay, we're not going to worry about that. We've got something here. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says, quote, I met in Paris with the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. We discussed in detail the situation in Iran and the region, as well as the U.S. operation against the terrorist regime. Now, the first thing I must say is Zelensky's getting a little bit fat. And I know that may be a little bit rude, but it seems like he's kind of packing on the pounds. You can tell a little bit chubby in the cheeks. Beyond that, what I have noticed here, and I guess I can't blame him. I mean, it makes sense why he's trying to do this, but I do want to highlight this. Zelensky has been attempting to be as useful as he possibly can be over the last 2 weeks. Zelensky is trying to say, hey, listen, can we offer you drones? Can we offer you intelligence? Can us Ukrainians, can we offer you, whatever technology we have? Zelensky is attempting to be as involved in what's going on right now in the Middle East as he possibly can. Why? Because Zelensky realizes that if he is not useful, then he risks getting cut off or kind of kicked to the curb. He doesn't want to get kicked to the curb. He doesn't want to get cut off. And so Zelensky, I can really tell, he is doing as best as he can to be as involved, even kind of annoyingly so. He's trying to be a part of all of this, though. He's meeting, it's like, why is Zelensky meeting with Pahlavi? Well, he did it. Well, he did it anyway. And I'm sure he went up there in this meeting and he said, the struggle of our people is very similar to the struggle of the Iranian people. We're both fighting authoritarian regimes. Really, we're not so different. You and I, you know the type of stuff that he's saying. You can just imagine how these conversations have went. Now, we have Jeff Ahern over here on Rumble. Hey, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the community. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing your show with mine. Right now, we are doing one simple thing. Some people, they like to call it monitoring the situation is what we are calling this today. And it's a lovely Friday. I think we're going to be here all day. This situation will remain monitored all day. No situation will go unmonitored here. Now, one moment here, folks. I'm doing a quick little scan. Okay, so remember how we heard that President Trump today was going to be signing a series of executive orders. He did that behind closed doors. We got the news just now what those executive orders were. He signed 2 of them. The 2 executive orders are both designed to boost home ownership. I'm not sure in what way exactly, but these 2 executive orders today are aimed at helping people purchase houses. We have, maybe I've got information on one of them. One of the Trump executive orders was designed to reduce regulatory burdens that have driven up mortgage costs. Regulatory burdens. Now, there's all types of regulations. I don't know if we're talking about home building. There's regulations if you're building homes, zoning issues. I don't know. But anyway, trying to normally stuff like that's more on a state level, not a federal level. Time will tell. Maybe we'll get more. Anyway, Trump wants people owning houses. Okay, good. Oh, folks. Wow. Okay, remember I said today the U.S. and Israel are carrying out the largest series of airstrikes they have ever carried out in Tehran. Well, we've got footage of that now. It's starting to surface. This is hot off the press. In Tehran right now. Holy hell. Ooh. Goodness gracious. And this is just one video. We haven't even seen the others yet. We're still waiting for more footage to come out. Right now, once again, the largest U.S.-Israeli bombing run over Tehran ever. Ever. Play that one more time. Play that one more time. I've got footage out of Israel too here, folks. More footage is coming out of Israel after the recent bombing ballistic missile attack. Ooh. The sound is always delayed. So there's that. There was our first little bit of footage coming out of Tehran from what has been going on tonight. We have some footage coming out of Israel. There was a ballistic missile attack targeted at Tel Aviv about an hour ago now. And now 1 hour later, we have more footage coming out. Here we see this. Impacts were reported at least 3 sites in Shoham and Tel Aviv. Most of the footage shared by Israeli media shows impacts in Shoham. This is Shoham. So before I play the footage, can we put this on a map here? Do you mind? You know, I'm a mapper. So it should be just east of Tel Aviv. Okay, I'm here. No, that's Shamron. What is it called again? Shoham. Shoham. We're probably looking right at it. There it is. So this is just the suburbs, just kind of right outside Tel Aviv. This is it over here. Little nice suburban neighborhood, I suppose. Can we see what it looks like? So it was this neighborhood that was hit. Okay, now let's play the footage. Looks like that's one house or one like apartment building there that has been hit. The roof is on fire. Yeah, that's a problem. That's going to be a problem. That is going to be a lot of problem there. A lot of problems there. Yeah. Now I'll tell you what though. Hold up. Beirut, airstrike in Beirut. You hear that? Did you hear that? I'll keep on talking. To me, that did not look like a strike. If that was a strike, if that building or anything there got hit directly by a ballistic missile, that building wouldn't exist anymore. Oh, there's the smoke coming up. Yep, there it is. Okay. If I had to guess, I would bet that a flaming piece of wreckage or debris fell down out of the sky on the roof, and then that's how the roof got lit on fire. That it was not a direct hit in Israel, but that it was some debris, flaming debris, that fell down and then lit the building on fire. But who the hell knows? Who knows? Who the hell knows? So this, what you're looking at right here, this is an Israeli Air Force airstrike on some Hezbollah target in Beirut. Ah, somebody says could have been a cluster from a cluster bomb. Could have been. Yeah, you're right. Although then you would maybe expect to see other buildings in the area also damaged. Oh, wow. This is like a scene out of World War II. Can I show you something here? Even World War I also, actually. Okay. So right now you're looking at, this is Beirut, folks, where Hezbollah is very embedded in Beirut, Lebanon. So earlier today, the Israeli Air Force dropped leaflets in Beirut calling on civilians to act against Hezbollah, saying, quote, here are the leaflets falling from the sky. You must disarm Hezbollah, Iran's shield. Lebanon is your decision, not someone else's. Stability isn't just a word for every Lebanese. Your land is yours. Don't let it become easy prey for the Iranian Hezbollah's weapons. Unit 504 is working to ensure the future of Lebanon and its people, believing in the principle, if your neighbor is well, you are well. If you want to be part of real change and contribute to the prosperity and protection of your country, we are here to listen to you. So Israel was dropping anti-Hezbollah pamphlets. That's something else. Look at that. Wow. That's something else. Rise up against Hezbollah. Take your country back, they say. This does look like a scene out of World War II or something, doesn't it? That's wild. That's wild. We'll go back to our Beirut. That was earlier today. This is Beirut live cam. Is it ash? No, it's papers. It's pamphlets. Will they listen? You know, here is... Let me ask you a question. Who here is a fan, a supporter of a little thing? It's called the Second Amendment. Who here is a fan of the Second Amendment? Let me tell you something. Okay, the Lebanese people, the Jordanian people, the Iranian people, they don't own firearms. They don't own guns. They can't. They're not allowed to. And as such, it is very difficult for them, even if they do want to rise up and you know, rip off the shackles of their sort of authoritarian regimes, psychotic jihadist death cults that are leading to countries, whatever. I shouldn't have said Jordan. That's not really the case in Jordan. We'll talk about Lebanon and Hezbollah and Iran. It's pretty difficult to do so. It's difficult to do so when you don't have guns. When you don't have any firearms, it's difficult to do so. There is a reason why over the last 100 years, you could come up with probably 15 examples of this happening. In fact, I've got them written down somewhere. Over the last 100 years, over a dozen times, every single time some type of authoritarian regime rises up and tries to take control of a country, whatever country they're in, could be Poland, could be Hungary, could be Russia, could be... This happened so many times. What is one of the first things this authoritarian regime always does? Day number one, what do? They take the guns. They disarm the population because it is easy to subjugate a population if they don't have any weapons. No weapons? All right, we can push the people. We can make them do whatever we want. And they can't do a damn thing about it. The first thing they do is disarm. And we have almost 20 examples of this over the last 100 years. That is right. Now, let's bring this back home to the United States. Let's think domestically here for a moment. Why do you think it might be the case that the far left wants to disarm all of us Americans? Because you know they want to. Every single year, they're trying to pass some piece of anti-Second Amendment legislation. They're chipping away at it slowly, state by state, city by city sometimes. Why do you think they might be wanting to do that? I don't know. No, we know. No, just kidding. We do know. They want the people disarmed. Poll time. Does Matt have a full suit on or shorts? You think I'm wearing shorts? Unbelievable. I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing a belt. Listen, my shirt is even tucked in. It's even tucked in. I mean, even right now, I'm even wearing black dress boots. You wouldn't even believe it. I've got my boots on right now. The full ensemble. Now, Oh, wow. Big report here coming out. Per an Israeli official to Israeli media outlets on the ongoing strikes against Iran, there is an intention to launch strikes against Iranian nuclear targets and nuclear sites soon. They have not yet, but they want to soon. That's coming out of Israel. Now, we have a massive super chat here from Raya's Eagle Wings. This is a massive one. Shout out Raya and Finn. Thank you very much. She says, we thank you, Matt, for all your great coverages. We love your channel. The Patriots here, President Trump, you and your family. God bless him. That's true. God bless America. Thank you very much. And our troops and everybody out there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ryan. And also, thank you for doing a good job helping moderate the chat. There was a question here. Have we already talked about the plan to take Karg Island? So we have been talking about Karg Island a lot. In fact, as far as I know, we were one of the first shows out here to talk about Karg Island. Right here. What are we talking about? Here it is. It's a little place called Karg Island. Karg. The city on it is called Karg. So for those of you that do not know, 90% of Iranian oil is exported through this island. 90% of it. They've got all this oil shipping infrastructure set up. They pump it out. They put it on the boats. Storage facilities. Good Lord, they've got a lot of storage facilities. Another one over here. They pump it out. They put it on the tankers. They ship it away. A lot of it's going to China, you know. Now, anyway, there's also a little city over here. Some people live here. The population of this island is right around 10,000 people. Right around 10,000 people live on this island. Iranians. This is owned by Iran. Can we drop down? This is what it might look like a little bit on the ground here. We just have one image. Like we said, 90%, they've got a runway strip. 90% of the Iranian regime's oil is exported through this island. And so what seems to be the case is that President Trump actually is on the cusp of trying to take control, little statue, take control. Isn't this Soleimani? I guess they like him there. He's over there. They got a poster of him. Seems as if President Trump is on the cusp of trying to take control of this island. In fact, speculatively, we don't know for a fact. There's a report coming out today that might tie into this supposed plan. NBC has reported earlier today that 5,000 or more U.S. forces are being deployed to the Middle East. These are both sailors and Marines, right around 2,500 sailors and right around 2,500 U.S. Marines are getting deployed. But we don't really know the condition, or not the conditions, but we don't know the circumstances or the situation of the deployment. They might just be sitting on an aircraft carrier in the region playing poker. Probably not. They might be taking control of Karg Island. Maybe so. Maybe so. I don't know. This might be part of some operation here to take over the island. There is one thing worth noting here, though. One thing worth noting is that although we have dropped over 6,000 bombs all across this entire country, 6,000, I mean, not just 6,000 bombs, but 6,000 targeted strikes. Probably more bombs than that. So anyway, 6,000 targeted strikes. You do the math on that. That's about one strike, one targeted strike every 3 minutes for 12 days now. Every 3 minutes for the last 12 days, we have carried out a targeted strike. That pace, that level of aggression is just unprecedented, insane, impressive. But the reason I say that is because, worth noting, Karg Island has not been hit at all. We have dropped 0 bombs on this island. We've done no damage to it, despite this being what is perhaps the most geostrategic location in all of Iran, by nature of 90% of their oil getting exported or pumped out of this island. We haven't touched it. We haven't touched it. What do you think all that blue stuff is? I'm not sure. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, well, the reason why Trump might not be blowing up this island is because perhaps he wants to take the island. He doesn't want it destroyed. He wants it in his possession. And so this might have something to do with these 2,500 Marines and 2,500 sailors that are en route. En route. Could be the case. Okay, I've got more footage coming out of Israel. I'll show you something here, ladies and gentlemen. This one might be a little bit tough. CCTV security camera footage captured the moment an Iranian sub-munition impacted a school. Oh boy. Now luckily it seems like it's nighttime and nobody was there. So sub-munition, this might be one of these cluster bomb clusters. It might be one of those little cluster bomb clusters that hit the school. Take a look at this. Full screen. What are we going to see? Ooh, man. That has got to be one of these clusters. Because it's kind of too small to be anything else. Wow. And the thing with these clusters coming out of the cluster bombs is they just go everywhere. You can't control really where they go. They just go everywhere. This is a school in Israel. Rip the sidewalk. Rip the tree. Feel bad for the tree. You guys know I'm from Portland, Oregon. I'm a little bit of a tree lover. I'm a little bit of a tree hugger myself. I'm not a liberal, but I do love a good tree. How can you not? And they just blew the living hell out of that thing. Wow. Yeah, this must have been one of these clusters coming out of these new cluster munitions they're sending out. Yeah, it's like, screw that tree in particular. We're blowing up the tree. So this is the school in Rishon LeZion. Where might that be? So it's, okay, little area. It's like the suburbs south of Tel Aviv. South of Tel Aviv. Here's Tel Aviv, and here's that. Medford, Oregon. Hey, I've spent a lot of time in Medford, Oregon. I like Medford. Can we drop in? Let's just take a look at what it looks like down here. Well, it doesn't look half bad. Doesn't look half bad at all. There's a little kid going to school. And anyway, so I don't know exactly where that school was, but somewhere here, one of these places got hit by a cluster bomb. Not good. In fact, at this point, I'm sure a lot of these places have been hit by cluster bombs at this point. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Wait a minute. Can I... U.S.-made launcher has been firing missiles from Bahrain toward Iran. Oh yeah, we've known that. They've been doing that for 2 weeks now, just about. We have been launching, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to remember. There's so many terms now to remember. I believe that the U.S. has been launching HIMAR rockets. HIMARS from Bahrain across the Persian Gulf into Southwest Saudi Arabia. We've been blasting rockets, and I believe they're HIMARS. I believe we've been popping them off. In fact, we've seen numerous videos. Attackums. Anyway, yeah, that's not exactly breaking news. We've known that for 10 days now. That's not exactly breaking news. Now, what do we have here? Stand by here, folks. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. J.D. Vance has just come out and confirmed that so far, oh my gosh, J.D. Vance, who, remember, a little bit of a background here, Trump appointed Vance to be the fraud czar. J.D. Vance now, what's he doing every day? He's investigating all of this fraud across the country. There's a lot of it. I'm sure he's a busy guy now. Well, J.D. Vance came out today. He confirmed that $19 billion worth of fraud has taken place in the Minneapolis area. $19 billion. $19 billion have gone missing in Minneapolis, in the Minneapolis area. That we're not even talking about California or Ohio or Maine or, I mean, it's like everywhere. This stuff is everywhere. Everywhere. Matt feels like everyone's friend, like he is in the same room. Okay, let me tell you something, Wrote It Dung. I like all of you on Rumble and on YouTube, other than one person. There is one person, I'm not going to say who, I don't want to say who. There is one person, they are here today, I don't like them. However, everybody else I do like. I like you all a lot, but there's one person, I don't like you. And I'm not going to say who. Now, if you're sitting here wondering, is he talking about me? Oh my gosh, me? Is he talking about me? Well, I don't know. I might be. I don't know. I might be. I don't know. I'm not going to say who. Okay. Now, one moment. Sarah, no, you might have noticed Sarah has not been tuning in for the last week. She actually messaged me on Twitter. She said, Matt, I'm not watching your stream anymore. It's nothing but MAGA propaganda. I said, okay, Sarah, I hate to see you go. That's fine, though. I'm not watching anymore. It's nothing but MAGA propaganda. All right, Sarah, I hate to see you go. That's fine. So she hasn't been here. She stopped watching. So she stopped tuning in. Oh, it's terrible. We lost Sarah, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm doing a quick scan here, ladies and gentlemen. Hold up here. Hold up here. Right now, I mean, we're still getting reports and confirmations that right now, the U.S. and Israel are carrying out the largest, most voluminous series of airstrikes we ever have against Tehran in Iran. We're hitting them harder than we ever have tonight. Harder than we ever have. There are reports... Wait a minute, what? That members of the IRGC are dressing up in hijabs to disguise themselves. You know the whole, is it a burqa or a hijab? I think it's actually a burqa. The whole thing, head to toe. In Iran, members of the IRGC, they're hiding by wearing hijabs or burqas, whatever the hell it's called. And they're hiding, presumably they're hiding their guns. the firearms underneath the burqa. The burqa. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. You know what this means? Oh my gosh. Breaking news here, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump has bombed the Iranian regime so hard that he has actually made the IRGC trans. Everyone in the IRGC has now decided to be trans because President Trump has been bombing the living hell out of them. Wow. Nobody expected a development like that, but here we are 12 days into the war and the entire IRGC, now they're all transsexuals. I never thought I'd see the day. Wow. Breaking news. Breaking news, the IRGC is now trans. I never thought I would see that. That is just something else. The war in Iran has disrupted zinc supplies going into China. China's zinc smelters face raw material shortages after shipments from Iran were halted amid the ongoing conflict, compounding delays from Russia's new mine, which is also having shortages. Iran and Russia together supply about 15% of China's zinc. You got to have zinc. Port closures at Bandar Abbas and the Strait of Hormuz have canceled cargoes from Oman, and canceled cargoes from Oman have tightened supplies, forcing Chinese buyers to seek alternatives. Where else are you going to get that zinc? Bandar Abbas is a little port city right here. Little Iranian port city. They've got their boats out here. They're doing all, he's yanking on something, he's pulling somebody. What do you think they're doing with these damn things? I don't know. Can we drop in anywhere? Oh, we can. We actually can. Wow, I'll be damned. You can actually take a look. All right, folks, this is Iran's maybe biggest port. One of their most active ports. Well, I can't drop in. Hold up. There we go. I'm dropping in. All right. Well, we dropped in somewhere. Looks like we're outside the mosque. Outside the mosque. Now, I wonder how many Christian churches are there in Iran? How many would you bet? They're throwing new buildings up. He's in there building the building. Hey, dude. Hello? That's just some Iranian guy. He's, Okay, I have to tell you something. These are the shittiest looking cinder blocks I've ever seen in my entire life. I hate to be rude. I hate to be discriminatory towards other people's cinder blocks, but man, am I right here? These are the worst looking cinder blocks I've ever seen in my entire life. These things look like they're made out of styrofoam. What in the hell are they building buildings at over there? Good Lord. I would bet that these weigh half the weight of a regular U.S. cinder block. Look at those things. I can't believe it. Anyway, am I right? I'm right. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not being weird about this. Those do not look that reliable. Okay, now, how many Christian churches are there in all of Iran? We'll see how many. We'll take a look here. Pull up our number. No single precise or universally agreed upon figure. Okay, well. One source says around 700. Most reports say somewhere between 600 and 700 churches. Christian churches in all of Iran. Okay, now I have another question, though. How many mosques in London? How many mosques are in London? 2,100. There are 2,100 mosques in London and only 700 churches in all of Iran. All right, so we're screwed. Okay, so we're screwed. Now, one moment here. Somebody said there was an active shooter. Is there an active shooter? Somebody said where? Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing a quick scan looking for that. I do not see anything about that. Happy birthday, Matt. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I turned 57 today. Los Angeles. Okay. One moment here. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to get this set up for us.
Man, look at all those dandelions.
Oops.
Detrimental? Social media. Social media, but there is a lot of political stuff on the gaming as well.
Looks like some type of school. I'm going to look into this here, folks.
Pardon me? Well, they've got those fancy drones in place now.
Stand by here.
I know it's all over. I knew it was all over when we got here.
Happy birthday. Thank you. I turned 93 today. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, LAPD is responding to an active shooter threat in Los Angeles high school, placing the campus on lockdown. The threat was reported about 40 minutes ago. So that would be about an hour ago. About an hour ago, there was an active shooter threat at a high school in Los Angeles. The campus is on lockdown. The threat was received approximately 40 minutes ago, so it's about an hour ago now. I don't know if the shooter has been neutralized. I don't know. I don't know.
Get home, get a little inebriated, crash out on the couch, eat some snacks, listen to some jazz, have somebody come over.
What are you talking about? What the hell is this guy talking about?
Maybe go somewhere to eat. I thought that said Channel 3. I was like, wait a minute, we don't have a Channel 3.
Okay, I am trying to look into this, folks. We don't know real quick. We don't know if the shooter is still alive. At least I don't. I haven't seen that. It seems like there was an active shooter.
Just get your act. Dude, that's legit.
Okay, dude, you gotta pipe down, buddy. So anyway, there is I believe still active, an active shooter in a Los Angeles high school. That is what you were looking at right now. And it seems like the police are trying to use some drones to go in there and take a look around. They're sending drones in. It is pretty crazy the way in which drones have changed society. We're getting news from an Israeli official right now saying that, yeah, very soon, perhaps tonight, they're going to strike Iranian nuclear targets. That the Israelis are going to start striking Iranian nuclear targets tonight. We shall see. Big high school. Probably gang related. Could be. These days, when you think about a mass shooter, you kind of think about one thing, don't you? These days, it seems like one type of person is kind of doing most of the mass shootings these days. You can't help but notice the trend. Everybody is still using the word active. Active, there's a drone. No, that's a bird. Maybe it's a drone bird. Anyway, everybody is still using the word active with this mass shooter, which makes you think that they have not taken this person out yet. Now, I want to show you again, folks. This is what is currently going on in Tehran right this very moment. There are U.S. and Israeli airstrikes currently right now doing this. This is what is going on in Tehran. Wow. The skies are on fire. Look at that. Oh. Okay, don't worry about that. That's probably nothing. That's probably nothing there. Okay, we have some confrontation line red alerts. This is a hostile aircraft intrusion. Real quick, folks, we're going to hop over and take a look at the Israeli-Lebanon border because these hostile aircraft intrusions, they can sometimes be Hezbollah suicide drones, but also Hezbollah rockets. What do you see over here in southern Lebanon, Camp 10? These lights kind of, it almost looks like a fire. We might have something happening on the Israeli-Lebanon border. Give this a moment here. You said Cam 9? Okay. By the way, the helicopter that was covering that active shooter situation, the helicopter is leaving. We just lost our aerial footage. I think they probably ran out of gas. The entire world is running out of gas. Not really. The Pentagon The Pentagon is moving a Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Middle East as Iran steps up attacks on the Strait of Hormuz, according to two U.S. officials. The U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has approved a request from Central Command for the unit, typically consisting of up to 2,500 Marines. The move comes as Iranian strikes on the strait have paralyzed traffic through the strategic waterway, disrupting global economy. We might see these Marines try to take that island, Karg Island. Karg Island might be in play. That might be the case. One moment here, folks. All right. I'm going to make a statement, and I want you folks to say yes or no. If NATO wanted, it would be able to open up the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours. I'll say it again. If NATO wanted, it would be able to open up the Hormuz in 48 hours. I think yes. I think yes. I think probably yes. By the way, keep in mind, so far it's just the U.S. and Israel. NATO has a lot of equipment, a lot of manpower, a lot of equipment. Of course, the U.S. Is the most powerful nation in NATO. But NATO's got a lot to work with. It's true. They do. They do. They do. Now, what would that look like? Well, that would probably look like NATO airstrikes on anything that even resembles an IRGC outfit. I think it's fair to say the U.S. military, we are probably bombing the IRGC just about as fast as we possibly can. You got to fly out, you got to, listen, it takes time. You got to strap the bombs underneath the wings of the planes. You got to fly them out there, come back, refuel. There's technical, repair, maintenance. You got to make sure. Anyway, I think we're doing about as much as we can. I think we're bombing, maybe as hard as we can. With NATO involved, it might be a little bit faster. Speed up the pace a little bit. Right now, folks, there is another massive wave of sirens blaring in Bahrain as the Iranian regime fires another round of strikes. I'm not sure if these are drones or ballistic missiles, but there's another round of strikes against Bahrain. We have a super chat from Stand for America. He says, pressure must be increased on Democrats to pass DHS funding. We're looking at increased home front attacks. They won't, because they hate this country. That's why, honestly, they won't. They won't. I wish they would go, though. Thank you very much. We have a super chat. Here's another one. He says, the Dubai financial building has been hit by a kamikaze drone. I'm not seeing anyone report that. Maybe that was like 12 hours ago. Yes. That must have been 9 hours ago. No, 14 hours ago. We've got footage of that. This is going to blow your mind. Good heads up, good reminder. This happened 14 hours ago, but we'll take a look at this nonetheless. Massive Dubai financial. So which building here specifically got hit? The smoke is right in the middle. Well, we have a video. This is in Dubai. Oh, I've got a picture. Oh my gosh. You want to see? Okay. Man, if I was Dubai, I would be pissed off. Enough is enough, man. This is ridiculous. You want to see what this looks like? An Iranian drone struck a direct hit on the Dubai Financial Center, the DIFC, this morning, 14 hours ago, causing heavy damage in one of the buildings. Good golly. Oh my... Julie Dennis! This is a $499 super chat. I don't think... And 99 cents. Can't forget about the 99 cents. I think this is probably the biggest super chat ever of all time. I think this is a new record. Julie... Mrs. Dennis, thank you very much. She says, thank forever. The all-day stream. I missed your analysis in the past few days. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Julie. That is just insane. Are you insane by chance? No, I'm kidding. Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I think we have a new record holder. I think we've got a new record holder. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. That really is just something else. You know, you know me. I really do love to do these all-day broadcasts. I really do. But there's got to be a good reason to do them. We've got to have something to talk about. And today, I think you're looking at something here to talk about. Julie, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's a massive amount of support. I really appreciate that. A true member of the Morse Force. A true member of the Morse Force. Somebody said she might have been trying to do $4.99. Okay, listen, real quick, Julie. Just in case, Julie, if that was a typo and you meant to do $4.99 instead of $499, send me a private message and I'll send you the money back. If that's the case. Now I'm a little bit worried. If that was a typo, send me a message and I'll send you back the money. If not, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Either way, I appreciate it. Either way. Now, that's a massive one. Thank you very much. Julie, I wanted to show you here. Hold up. You hear that? There was action in Beirut. Yep. Maybe we might have an airstrike here in a moment. Oftentimes, this is, they're trying to shoot down an Israeli fighter jet. Julie, thank you very much. I appreciate that, ma'am. They say, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Everybody's saying, Julie, let's party. Julie, are you single? Julie, do you want to marry me? Julie, do you like to unbelievable. Unbelievable. Julie's popular now. Now, Brian Ledbetter, he said over here on Rumble, he said, why don't you just take the ICE agency and move it out to the high school? Yeah, maybe. You know, it seems like this thing at the high school's done. I'm not sure. I'm gonna look into that here in just a moment. There was some more image. Oh, there's more. Okay, so folks, it is. I think it's this big, tall building. The Dubai building that was hit moments ago in the Dubai International Financial Center is roughly located. We have all these videos. So, folks, I read one theory that maybe is a little bit compelling here, and I want to break it down with you. As you know, there's like two dominant denominations of Islam, sects of Islam. There's the Shias or the Shiites, and then there's the Sunnis. Well, Iran is generally speaking Shia or Shiite. The Arab Gulf nations are Sunni. Sunni. And one of the leading theories here is that the Iranian regime is attempting to blast and bomb a bunch of Sunni Muslim nations, hoping that then they will retaliate against the Shia people in Iran, at which point sort of a religious war, an interdenominational Islamic war will start. That the Iranian regime, they actually want the Sunnis to attack the Shias, that's them, because then they can frame it as, oh, look, this other denomination, they are attacking us, now it's a holy war. Now it's like an inter-Islam holy war type of dynamic. And that's what the regime wants, so that they can rally support from all of their Shia Iranian people. That maybe that is a dynamic here. It's a very complex dynamic. And it's hard to know exactly what is at play. It's a theory anyway. I was reading deep into the theory the other day. As I'm laying in bed, I'm falling asleep. I'm reading Geopolitics on my phone. I'm flipping. Oh, wow. All day reading nonstop. Okay. Now, bear with me here, folks. Bear with me here. Julie, one more time. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, did you? I thought I saw something right over there, but maybe it was a light blinking. Could have been something. You never know. You know how over here amongst us Christians, you might have noticed a little bit. I wish it wasn't so, but it is. Sometimes amongst us Christians, there's a little bit of interdenominational bickering. Well, I'm a Protestant, and I'm a Catholic, and I'm an Orthodox, and you've got it wrong. You guys, you've seen it all before. You've seen it all before. Well, over there with the Muslims, it's even worse. You think it's bad over here, all the Christians bickering? It's even worse with some of the Muslims, right? Uh-huh. Even worse. And so who knows, they might want an interdenominational Muslim war. Might be the case. Because you need to keep in mind the Iranian regime, they are not only Shia, but they also follow a strict doctrine. It's called the hidden imam doctrine, or the Twelver doctrine. They're called Twelvers. Twelvers as in the number 12. They believe there's a hidden imam, the 12th imam, and that he will come back at the end times. Almost like, it's like a doomsday apocalyptic prophecy. That the hidden imam, the 12th imam, will come back, he will return. And that he will then, in the doomsday scenario, he will smite all the enemies of the adherents of the Twelver Shia faith. And so, maybe they are trying to spark off some type of doomsday scenario. Lord knows. That's right, his name is the Mahdi. The Mahdi. The hidden imam, the 12th imam. The Mahdi, they call him. Uh-huh. We have a massive super chat here from John. Thank you. Hey, thank you, John. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a spiritual war. Well, I mean, there's no doubt you cannot deny, where's our map? No doubt, to a certain degree, depending on who you ask, there is a spiritual war unfolding here, and everyone has a different opinion. Everybody has their own different spirit, like, you know, everybody over here is Muslim, but there's different denominations of Islam, and these guys have their own opinion, and these guys have their own opinion. You've got Judaism, you've got Christianity involved in the mix here, guiding what's happening. Of course, it is like a spiritual war from every single angle. Of course. I guess if you count the different, how many different sort of spiritualities are involved here? You say Christianity, Judaism, Shia, and Sunni. Maybe 4. And then of course I'm sure you can get more granular than that even. You can go deeper than that if you want. You know, the evangelical Christians, they think one thing about it. Maybe the Catholics, they think another thing about this. There's different types of Judaism. Or different beliefs within Judaism as a minimum. Oh, I was muted. I apologize. First off, I thought we had a red alert, but we don't have a red alert, so don't worry about that. Second off, I've got something to show you. Stand by, stand by, stand by. This is breaking news footage. An Israeli airstrike struck a center belonging to the Islamic Health Authority in Burj Khalifa in southern Lebanon. At least 11 people were killed. So, if Israel is striking this Islamic Health Authority in southern Lebanon, once again, whom is in southern Lebanon? Whom is infamous for being in southern Lebanon? Right here, over here. Well, this is Hezbollah territory. This is Hezbollah's stomping ground. So I would suspect that there's something Hezbollah related here. Yeah. Yeah. That would be my sneaking suspicion, if I'm being honest. The Israeli airstrikes continue. This is Beirut. Just a little bit to the north of where we must have just been looking at. Yeah, they blew the living hell out of that thing. Valley Garza, hey, thank you, says, we appreciate all the hard work. Thank you thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Valley Garza, we just got a statement from the Israeli Air Force. They just announced that under the guidance of military intelligence, they have conducted a strike yesterday that killed Marthsta Hussein Sarur, who was responsible for the production of weapons for Lebanese Hezbollah, and also the brother of Lebanese Hezbollah's now dead leader of their aerial forces. So they took out some big shot. Some Hezbollah big... That was yesterday, though. But now we got the confirmation. Hezbollah? No. Okay, listen. You guys keep misinterpreting. This is the guy, his name is Hezbollah. He's like an Eastern European midget. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I think that's what he's called. He's an adult. This is an adult man. He's a fighter. He's in the ring. He's boxing people. He's fighting. This is not a baby boy. He's He's an actual adult man. His name is Hezbollah. Hezbollah. The terrorist cell in Lebanon is called Hezbollah. Hezbollah versus Hezbollah. It's a little bit different. It's actually a lot. It's a very different. It's actually a lot different. Very different. Okay. I don't even think they're related at all. He's probably a nice guy. I guess he's getting in the ring. He's doing UFC or something. I don't know. He's mean? Well, I don't know. I never met him myself. Matt, I almost didn't recognize you because you were in a suit, but then I remember it was Friday. Plus, you did nothing with your hair. It doesn't match the suit. I'm just saying, love the show. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm doing a quick scan here. One moment here. Okay, hold up. One moment here. I'm seeing something. Oh no, this is fake. I almost shared with you fake news. Almost. But I did not. Even I see it. Even on my news feeds, I'm seeing some fake news stuff sometimes. Even I'm seeing it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we do a little bit of a check here? Let's take a look at marine traffic. How is the Strait of Hormuz doing right now? Let's do a reload. This has got to be a bug. These things, there's no way that's actually what that is. Now, you do see some vessels that are maybe making their way through. Let's do a 24-hour rewind. We can do that. We are going to take a look at all of the maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz in the last 24 hours. And we're going to speed it up. Everybody pay attention. This is a very cool functionality. You can see the boats are going through. Now, keep in mind, mini vessels are going through, but they're going through with the transponder off. They're still making the run, but they're doing it going dark. Every time I say boat, somebody says, Matt Morris, it's not a boat, it's a vessel. Matt Morris, it's not a vessel, it's a tanker. Okay, I'm sorry, so I'm sorry. Sir, sometimes I say boat, sometimes I say vessel. I apologize, thank you. I didn't mean it. Anyway, you can see some of them going through. It's a ship. And then I say, it's a ship. It's a ship. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I have something to share with you, folks. I am seeing these pictures on Twitter here. They're getting posted everywhere. They're saying, this is what happened in Iran today. And I've seen these everywhere. Iran today. And it shows these burqa-clad women marching through the streets with their, what are these, AK-47. This is fake. This is AI. This is not real. I have seen these images everywhere. This is going viral right now. This is AI. This is bullshit. This is AI. And bad AI at that, you can easily tell. So no, this is not the streets of Iran. No. No shot. Thank you very much. No shot, thank you very much. One moment here, folks. Okay, perfect. Oop. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to pull up some more information here for you, ladies and gentlemen. Mamdani, the Ugandan Muslim mayor of New York City, says that he is going to reverse people leaving New York City. People have been leaving New York City. He's going to reverse that by raising taxes. He says, I'm going to ask those who make the most money in the city to pay a little bit more so that everyone can stay in the city. Okay. So he's going to raise taxes to keep on giving money to third world immigrants and illegal aliens. That's the game plan. That's the game plan. Seems smart. Now, we just have breaking news here, folks. A drone has just been intercepted over Saudi Arabia's eastern province. What we have seen... Do I have flight radar here? I want to show you something here. What we have seen is that... Right now, these are military planes. We'll talk about military planes here in a minute, but let's talk about passenger planes. Now, this is very curious. I was going to say what we have seen almost consistently every hour of every day for the last 2 weeks now is a total shutdown of the eastern airspace in Saudi Arabia. I need to show you what that looks like right here. There it is. Eastern airspace of Saudi Arabia generally has been shut down because of all the drone attacks coming from Iran across the Persian Gulf. But I'm hearing something. Hold up. Maybe this is an Israeli jet. We might be hearing an Israeli jet come in. We might have an airstrike here. Folks, as a reminder, if you are tuning in, make sure to follow and subscribe. Really helps a lot. Helps a lot. Make sure to hit that like button, follow, and subscribe. Really does help a lot. Okay, so maybe it's not going to be an airstrike. But I was going to show you on flight radar. Now, very curiously, I have not seen this. You have all of these Saudi planes. Another one. Another one. You're going in. And these are civilian aircraft. They're flying out of, looks like the Daman airport here. So, this is one of the first times I have seen the airspace here get reopened. They're flying back and forth. Very curious. Saudi Arabian airspace is open. Now, let's talk about military planes. This is going to blow your mind. Sorry, not business jets, military. What do you see here, folks? You see something today that we have, frankly, not really seen before. You see a bunch of U.S. tankers. There's Strato tankers. There's a Pegasus in the middle there. They are flying out of Israel, east across Jordan. There's more. There's more coming in. What are they doing? They're flying east. Seems like they're arriving over the... Where are you coming from? This is the Prince Sultan Air Base or something down there. Once again, U.S. came all the way from Israel. And they are doing aerial refueling over the Persian Gulf. That was very loud. What the hell was that? Hold up. Wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Matt, swing over to Italy for just a second. Ma'am, I'm married. I'm not coming to Italy to visit you. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. It is a nice country, though. Okay, so... that sounded like a fighter jet was flying overhead. I'm surprised we did not hear a big boom. I'm surprised. No, I was joking. I think what you were saying was... take a look at Italy on flight radar. Well, what am I supposed to be looking at? Okay, what are you? This is some little U.S. metro liner coming out of, this is called Crete. The home of the ancient King Minos. King Minos! Anyway. And this is an Italian helicopter. Let me take a look at commercial, though. Maybe you want to show something commercial. Well, maybe there's nothing weird happening here. You want to see a boat? You think there's a boat over there? Oh, apologies. We're tracking it all. We're tracking boats and planes and... not trains, I guess. Boats and planes. Well, hey, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. You know what is crazy? Folks, every single dot or arrow here is a boat or a vessel or a ship. One of the above. Every single one of these. And it makes you realize just how many there are. This is live. You can see all the shipping lanes going in between Madagascar, going around Madagascar, up towards India. Good Lord. Look at this. Off the coast of Singapore, Malaysia. These... wow. Just astounding. Astounding. And you can kind of see the same thing on flight radar. You can see there's flight lanes. There's different paths all the airplanes take. You might notice everybody is right now avoiding Iran and Iraq and Syria. You either go north above Azerbaijan or south above UAE. Hold up here. Hold up. If we're fast, we can always hear the noise before the bomb hits. So I'm a little bit jumpy. Now the problem is, just to the left here, off of the camera frame, there's an airport. And so sometimes it's hard to tell between the Beirut airport and an Israeli fighter jet. I think what we're hearing sometimes is planes taking off and landing over there. Sometimes. The Moab. You know, I don't think we ever got a confirmation. Everybody yesterday was saying, Trump dropped the Moab. I think Trump dropped the Moab. But, I don't think we got a confirmation here. Guess what, folks? We have a fresh round of anti-American propaganda. You ready? You want to see? Allegedly, these are photos coming out of Iran. Yesterday, about 12 hours ago, before the sunset. They're having a big pro-Iranian regime solidarity rally. They are hammering nails into a U.S. flag. is what they're doing, maybe? Some of them? I'm not sure exactly what the plan is. They're out here in support of the new supreme leader. You know, I will tell you something. Okay. Even if the Iranian regime only has... let's say the Iranian regime has support of 10% of the people in the country. Well, how many people are in the country? 90 million. So if the Iranian regime has 10% support, that's pretty bad approval rating. Still, that's 9 million people. Still, that's enough people to fill a city center like this, a city square like this. I don't know. These photos could be real. I don't know. And the Iranian regime could be having these people come out to take photos, and it's all part of a propaganda stunt. These could be technically real photos, although it's just sort of misrepresentative of how the majority of the people actually feel, you know? We see here in the United States, you have all these no kings rallies. Does that mean that most people in the country think Donald Trump is a king? No, in fact, most people support Donald Trump. So just because there was a protest does not mean that that represents everybody in the country. You understand? We've got our own psychotic protesters back here at home. They don't represent us. Okay, this is a bomb. This is a fighter jet. Or maybe not. Or actually maybe not. That really sounded like an Israeli Air Force jet. Maybe not. Or maybe it's just flying somewhere else. Oh, wow. Okay. Today and yesterday, we've been talking a lot about drones and how drones are starting to get involved. It sounds like something happened there, huh? Okay. We've been talking a lot about drones here. Yesterday and today. Well, I'll show you something here. The U.S. Army is sending 10,000 interceptor drones developed in Ukraine to the Middle East to combat Iran. So these are not coming from Ukraine. Perhaps the technology was developed in Ukraine, but these belong to the U.S. Army and they're being sent to the Middle East. 10,000 of them. To, wow, here they are. AI-enabled Merops interceptor drones cost around $14,000 to $15,000 each, helping move away from costly systems like Patriot missiles. What the? Is that a red? Do we have a red alert? Is that a red alert? Ladies and gentlemen, ballistic missiles inbound. Ballistic missiles inbound, folks. Where's our feed here? Yep. Iran has just launched a wave of ballistic missiles towards Israel. Okay, they will be here in 6 minutes. One moment here, folks. Ballistic missiles inbound. Okay. Apologies, folks. I just took my my broadcaster union mandated 2-minute break. Every 4 hours, I get a 2-minute break. So thank you for bearing with me. Now, folks, we have Iranian ballistic missiles inbound, fired towards Israel right now. And I'm looking on the map. I'm going to try to figure out where exactly these alerts are. These are headed towards Arabah, Dead Sea, Southern Negev. This is the Negev. Folks, I think they might be firing at the Dimona nuclear reactor. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we are about to see a bunch of alerts pop up down here in this. Yeah, there's the Dimona nuclear center. We might see something crazy happen here. This might be a little bit concerning. Bill Dozer says, "Sup, y'all? Sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy." No, we have seen the Iranian regime talk about blowing up this nuclear enrichment facility. They've been talking about that for about a week now. We've seen them launch at it before, always unsuccessfully, thank God. But they have tried nonetheless. We have a big Rumble rant over here from Nana Don. Says, having Matt withdrawal, I was scanning YouTube looking for a stream and saw one looking at hunters on flight radar. Boeing Poseidon is a nuclear sniffer. Was circling the East Coast looking for a nuclear sub. A nuclear sniffer, huh? We know we have them. We know we have them. Who knows? Here's the alerts. Here's our alerts. Okay, real quick. East of Beersheba. The nuclear center is just south of that. So right now, we're a little bit northwest of that nuclear center. I'm going to flip off my camera so you guys have the best view of everything going on here. Inbound. Thank you, Nana Don, by the way. Thank you very much. I used to call my grandma Nana when I was a kid. Thank you very much. Red alerts inbound. I would be looking at camera 6. I think cam 6, maybe cam 8 is going to be your best bet here, folks. And we are praying that all of these get shot down, intercepted. There might have just been another launch. Folks, there was another launch. Folks, I believe the Iranians have fired yet another launch. That might be the case here. I just got another ballistic missile launch alert. They might be going back to back, doubling up on these. How do they even still have launchers? I saw a report. I was actually gonna share this with you folks. I saw a report that so far it's estimated that 60% of their launchers have been taken out. 60%. Now, of course, every time somebody uses a launcher to launch a missile, somebody's got to do it. An actual human being, member of the IRGC, has got to work the equipment, yeah? So, who knows how many of those guys have been killed? You know, if you want to launch a ballistic missile, you have to have three things, I guess. You have to have, 1, a ballistic missile, 2, a ballistic missile launcher, and then 3, some human being to actually pull the trigger or press the button or whatever the hell it is. And I am sure that all three of those things, I'm sure they're running out of all three of those things. If you want to get more granular, you got to have a bunker or a warehouse to store it in. We're blowing up bunkers and warehouses. We're just blowing up everything. We're just blowing up everything out there. I think, yeah, I think we are done. I think these alerts are done now, folks. I think we made it out of that one alive. Ruby Hoof, thank you very much. Thank you, Ruby. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to share this little good bit of news with you guys. In my mind, this is actually great news. Right here. U.S. Army has decided to send 10,000 interceptor drones developed in Ukraine to the Middle East, per Bloomberg. The drones cost $14,000 to $15,000 each, far cheaper than using missile defense systems like Patriot or THAAD, which cost over $4 million per intercept. So this is good news. Hopefully, we're going to be able to intercept some good stuff with these much cheaper equipment, these $15,000 drones. And these were developed in the conflict in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine. The Ukrainians, I believe, sort of like invented this thing. They put it together. Matt Morris, you're a great warlock. That's way better than being a political man. Here's what I'll tell you. Have you noticed that World of Warcraft players make the best political commentators? It's Asmongold. It's Liberal Hive Mind. It's me. What is up with that? I don't know, but it seems to be the case. Okay, folks, I have footage just now. This is footage of an Israeli airstrike in Beirut. And we've seen some of these firsthand. So they must have seen, they knew the jet was coming in. They heard the jet coming in. And then they're firing up in the sky trying to shoot this thing down. You know, I don't... Okay, permission to draw you a really bad picture in paint here. I don't think they realize that if your building is here and this is a jet. This is a jet. If the jet drops the bomb or the missile and it lands on the building, by the time it actually gets there, the jet is now, like, all the way over here. The jet isn't even there. So if you're firing back up there, the jet is long gone by the time the missile or the rocket, whatever it is, lands on the building. You got to fire over here. You're shooting in the wrong way. The plane is already gone. You know? You can see I'm a very good artist. Very good. very talented. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is this around where? This is Tel Aviv. Wait a minute. Okay, something very weird is happening right now. Normally, we have way more of a heads up of some type of attack. This is Tel Aviv. I was going to say, if this was in Haifa, it would make more sense because sometimes Hezbollah launches rockets and you can't really detect those that early. But, this is all at Tel Aviv. Okay, this is very weird. Okay, pay attention now, folks. Something very weird is happening. If I were you, I would be looking at camera number 4. Camera number 4 is where I would look. Susanna, hey, thank you. Lot of alerts, big time alerts. Yep, there's the sirens. Very eerie. Very eerie. Okay, here we go. You know what I realized? There was that second ballistic missile alert, and then it got cleared. I think that's what happened here. They accidentally cleared a ballistic missile launch that was real. Maybe they thought it was fake. You just saw something on Cam 10 over there in the hills. I haven't seen any interceptors, though. I saw one explosion in the hills in Cam 10. I'm sorry, Cam 10 is top left. So folks, I'm seeing all of these alerts have now been cleared. The alerts are cleared. All of the alerts have now been cleared. Everything seems to be good. So what the hell was that? What a very, very curious attack there. We didn't even see any interceptors. What a very curious, strange attack that was. I'll flip my camera back on there. We have a massive super chat from Andy Wilson. He says, my wife Nancy and I watch your show from Virginia every day and love it. Great job. Shout out Andy Wilson and Nancy Wilson. We love the Wilsons. All the way from Virginia. We are also praying for Virginia. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Well, hey, shout out Nancy and Andy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. That's a huge amount of support. Thank you. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Ma'am and sir. Folks, I have, Andy and Nancy, I've got a very curious update for you. I'm not even sure what to make of this, but I'm going to share it with you nonetheless. According to Axios, Axios. You know how I feel about Axios. According to Axios, citing an unnamed source close to the matter, U.S. President Donald Trump rejected a proposal from President Vladimir Putin of Russia to move the Iranian enriched uranium to Russia in order to end the war. The move by the U.S. leader, Trump, took place during a call this week with his Russian counterpart. We know that they had a phone call. We know that they spoke. That is true. Well, Russia has served in this capacity in past deals and has the capacity to store Iranian uranium, good Lord. A U.S. official told Axios that Russian proposals were repeatedly denied by the Trump administration. Trump said no. According to Axios, about a week ago when Trump and Putin had a phone call, Putin offered to take the enriched uranium from the Iranians to help end the war, to end the war. And Trump said no, no. No, thank you. He said no. Iranian, say that 10 times fast. Iranian uranium, Iranian uranium. So Trump said no, allegedly. And of course, this is coming from Axios. Who the hell knows if this is even true? Yeah, there's something going on in the hills here on Cam 10. Look, I'm not sure exactly what that is. It's really hard to make out. It's really difficult. Could be. Could be. Could be true, could not be true. Now I'm trying to find, do we have any footage of anything from the ground that has gone out here? I will tell you here something, folks. You know how here in the United States we have a little something, it's called the First Amendment, meaning the government does not get to tell you what you can and cannot say. Well, generally speaking. Well, a lot of these countries in the Middle East, they have no such thing, including Israel. These Middle Eastern countries, a lot of them, rumor has it, and I tend to believe it, I think this is the case, that almost all of these countries have instituted some type of shutdown saying, hey, if you post footage of damage done by these Iranian missiles and drones and rockets, if you post footage of that on the internet, then we will put you in jail, or we will fine you, or you're gonna have to pay money to the government. They don't want footage of this stuff on the internet. They're doing everything they can to crack this down. I know that this is the case in Israel. You might notice there's a big lack of footage. 12 days into this conflict, not a lot of footage coming out now. There was, not as much. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE seems to kind of be the same thing. There is some type of media shutdown here. Seems to be the case. Many U.S. aircrafts refueling over Kuwait. We have been watching that for the last couple hours. Sounds like it's raining. Kind of cozy, to be honest. Where's our flight radar? Here's flight radar. Let's take a look at not passenger, but military and government. What do you see? Folks, these are U.S. tankers flying over the Persian Gulf. Yeah. Okay, what do you think this little, big, massive U.S. Stratotanker is doing flying in circles over the Persian Gulf? Well, they're doing refueling, aerial refueling topping off the gas tanks of some of these U.S., perhaps even Israeli bombers that are flying from here to here doing bombing. Now, what is most remarkable about this is that they are doing it, they are engaging in aerial refueling maneuvers with their transponders on, meaning we can see them, meaning everybody can see them. This plane here we happen to be looking at, this one, is currently being tracked by 12,008. Over 12,000 people around the world are looking at this, what we are looking at right now together. Now, if they wanted, they could go dark. They could flip off their transponder and we wouldn't be able to see them. The only reason we can see them is because they are allowing us to see them. In fact, this guy just went light. You just saw him pop up. This guy right here, this Pegasus. He just flipped on his transponder. He was dark. He just flipped on. And so once again, the only reason we can see them is because they are allowing us to see them. Why are they allowing us to see them? Because they want us. They want us to see them. Why would they want us to see them? Why would the U.S. military want us to know that they're doing this? Because this, what you're seeing here, is an absolute, complete, and total sign of dominance. The message is this: we are engaging in aerial refueling maneuvers where we are very vulnerable, hyper vulnerable. And it's already a dangerous maneuver anyway. We are doing this over the Persian Gulf in front of the entire world to see, right up in the face of the Iranian regime. Look how close we are. There's Iran, there's us. There's Iran, there's us. And we're doing this, no cloak and shadow, up in their face. Everybody can see it. They can do nothing about it. It's a flex. That's right. They're flexing. As the kids say, they are flexing, is what they're doing. It's all, I don't know, psychological. Voyeurism. That's right, it's voyeurism. Aerial refueling voyeurism edition is what's going on, yeah. Yep. That's right. I have a different theory. I think because of yesterday's fueling accident, they need to be making sure everybody in the air knows where each other are possible. Well, I don't, let me mute that. I don't think so, because internally in the U.S. military, they can see each other. They've got their own software. They can see each other that we can't tap into. Does that make sense? Like the U.S. military is not relying on flight radar in order to see where other U.S. military crafts are. No. They can see each other internally with their, I don't know what it is, with their U.S. military proprietary technology that we don't have access to. Okay, so no, I don't think so. I don't think that has anything to do with that. I don't think so. They've got their own stuff. They've got stuff that's better than anything we have. I think so. I'm sure somebody in the live chat must know if we have any Air Force man or whatever else. I don't know. Somebody here knows. Somebody says it's called C6 ISR link. Maybe so. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what it is. Now this is big news here. The U.S. has officially invoked the Defense Production Act for Sable Offshore Core. Now, this is something I have somewhat of a grasp on, but it's a little bit loose if I'm being honest here. I believe, from looking into this very briefly, that there are oil extraction sites, oil rigs, off the coast of, I don't know why I'm using flight radar, off the coast of California that have been shut down for environmental reasons, as far as I'm aware, and I'm not sure exactly where they are. But anyway, I believe this is the dynamic. They've been shut down, and Trump is now activating what is called the Defense Production Act in order to get these Californian oil pumpers pumping. I believe it is now what is happening. in order to try to increase U.S. domestic oil production to help offset some of the oil we've lost by nature of the Hormuz getting sort of shut down a little bit. So there's that. Your tea looks comforting. It is. Thank you. Thank you. It is. It was shut down due to oil spills. Is that right? Here, I'm curious. Normally, yeah. I mean, normally out in the oceans, we actually don't have good satellite imagery. They don't even upload that. So I doubt we're going to be able to find some tanker out in the ocean there. Oh my gosh. Who here wants to get pissed off? You ready? Here we go. A pro-Islamic regime protest is happening right now in New York Square, New York City. Times Square, New York City. They are supporting Hezbollah and the Ayatollah. They say, quote, we proclaim our support to the Islamic Republic.
We proclaim our support for the Islamic Republic. Shame, shame, USA! Shame, shame, USA! Iran is the central pillar of the struggle against U.S. imperialism and Zionism today. The Islamic Revolution in 1979 served as the catalyst of anti-imperialism and anti-occupation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are at war with Iran, and these are people in our country right now. We are at war with Iran. They are in our streets swearing loyalty to the leader of the nation we are at war with, the Ayatollah, the supreme leader. Some people are saying they need to be deported. I disagree. Personally, I don't think this individual here should be deported. I think something else should be done.
Globally.
America first. He means bankers first. He means Wall Street first. He means corporations first. Because this war against Iran and this genocide in Palestine, this is Wall Street's war. It is a banker's war. What is the crime of Iran? They refuse, they are a major oil and gas producing country that refuses to pay tribute.
So this is just something else. In the streets of America. Sounds like it is raining in Beirut. The rain is coming down in Beirut. I've got more footage coming out of Israel right now. A Jew there too. Sometimes there are anti-Zionist Jews. It is true. Some Jews are anti-Zionist. Seems like we saw a couple of them out there. I've got news here. An Iranian ballistic missile penetrated U.S. and Israeli air defenses and struck the Negev region in southern Israel. So we just saw, remember that missile launch we saw towards the Negev, southern. So this is from that blast we just saw, or from that attack we just saw. What do we have here? Oh, wow. Yeah, looks like that one made it through. Holy hell, look at that. This is somebody's backyard security camera. There's another one here. They're getting under the car. Ooh. By the way, that is like the smart thing to do. This guy crawls underneath the car. I would do the same damn thing. You know why? Because even though the blast is all the way over there, there's shrapnel flying around. You never know. Something gets blasted out. You've got shrapnel falling down from the sky. Good God. So anyway, down here in southern Israel, about a half hour ago now, this happened. This must have been the same missile that hit. One of them made it through. One of them made it through. I don't know what's over there. I don't know what the hell that thing hit. Hopefully nobody. Hopefully nobody got hurt. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, I'm gonna see if we can find any more footage from that. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. Biggest Balls 69 on Rumble says time for mass deportations of all goats. Yeah, you think they might follow them out, huh? Maybe. Deluxe 90 says by the way, thank you for the Rumble rant. He says, if they are legal citizens, this is treason happening in New York. They should all be arrested and prosecuted. I agree. All of them should go. All of them. All of them. I'm gonna tell you guys something here, okay? And I'm just kind of predicting the way that things are going. You know how we have been for the last 10 years? All of us conservative Americans, we've been talking about mass deportations. We want mass deportations. I think over the next decade or 2 or 3, we are going to find out that mass deportations, that was the liberal approach. That was the liberal approach, was mass deportations. I think the way things are going, how fed up people are with the violence and the crime and the theft and the fraud and the disrespect and the desecration of this country. I think in the year 2040, we're going to look back on 2020 and say, man, yeah, mass deportations, that was kind of the liberal approach. Things are heating up. Seems like they are. It seems like that. Now, there was another update I had here to share with you folks. And the terrorism and the domestic terrorism. Yep. That is right. There was something I had up here to share with you folks, but I seem to have lost it. Putin sock puppet on X. Hey, brother. I think Vladimir Putin might be tuning into the show on a sock puppet account. I'm not sure though. Maybe Putin is tuning in. This guy is fidgeting with his camera. Maybe he's changing out the battery or something. I'm not sure. We had a super chat over here from Patty McVeigh. Patty McVeigh says, thank you for all the hard work you put in every day to bring the truth, Matt. God bless you and God bless your family. Hey, thank you, Patty McVeigh. Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Patty. Thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate you tuning in. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Yeah, that might be the Iranian regime right now. I would imagine right now that internally inside of the Iranian regime, they're They're not happy. Things are not going the way they had wanted. These Muslims are used to the libtards. The silent are waking up and they don't know what's coming. We just want to be left alone and it seems it's time. Thank you, Biggest Balls. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what, the type of things that people are saying and talking about now in 2026 compared to the type of rhetoric that was like acceptable in society in 2016. Let's take a 10-year snapshot. The type of ideas and concerns and frustrations being expressed in 2026, you would have been, outcast as a social pariah in 2016 if you were saying stuff that the stuff that everybody is saying today, just 10 years ago, you would have been ostracized and forced out of society. And many people were banned and shadow banned and silenced. And now it's just common sentiment these days. A lot of these ideas. I have a video coming out right now. These are long lines are being observed in China as drivers rush to fill up ahead of expected price hikes. This is in China. So allegedly, these are all cars in China that are attempting to put gas in the tank before price hikes. China is going to have oil shortages. I mean, this is a gas station. It's undeniably, this is a gas station. In China, they're going to be hit very hard by this, very negatively hard by this. It is true. And they're freaking out. Rightfully so. They are freaking out. They're about to lose out on a lot of oil here that was otherwise. All right, our Beirut feed is having some difficulties here. So stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by here, folks. I'll tell you what, it is shocking how little footage is now coming out of Iran. If you compare the footage coming out of Iran today to the footage coming out of Iran 10 days ago, it's almost nothing. Very little footage is coming out of Iran now. And I'm not sure exactly what has changed because the internet was kind of, it's always been shut off. I mean, it's been shut off now for over 2 weeks. It's not like they flipped off the internet. It was already flipped off. I've got something to show you here, folks. This is posted less than an hour ago. Half hour ago. Following drone attacks, the IRGC and Basij forces established checkpoints in the tunnels. Now they have checkpoints underground. Very curious. So we saw, starting about 36 hours ago, we saw Israel targeting IRGC checkpoints with suicide drones. Sort of like Ukraine-style suicide drones. And they were hitting the IRGC hard. And so now the IRGC, they're setting up their checkpoints in the tunnel systems underground. I mean, you can still get a drone inside of a tunnel, though. In fact, one video comes to mind. Can I show you this? One of the things that has happened in Ukraine is that they have started covering their roadways in nets. In fact, maybe here's an example. You want to see where this whole drone warfare thing goes? In Ukraine, they've started covering major roadways in just large nets to try to stop drones. Here's a better image. This is in Ukraine right now. This is crazy. There was one video specifically I was trying to find. It was from the drone point of view. Here, maybe this will suffice here. Take a look at this. This is in Ukraine. To try to stop drone attacks. The drones just kept on coming in. The other thing that maybe some people have not seen, if you want to know where all of this drone warfare ends up going, fiber optic. When you think of a drone, you think of it, it's just flying through the air and there's no cables or anything attached to it. Well, as it would turn out, there's a lot of technology to jam the drones and discombobulate them midair. However, if your drone is attached to a very, very long fiber optic cable, then it can't be jammed. So in Ukraine and Russia now, they've got these drones and they have a spool, sometimes miles long. This is a big spool. That's not the bomb. This is a spool of cable. Very thin fiber optic cable that connects to the drone operation device. And this way your drone can't be jammed. And so the drone is, yeah, flying through the air, but it's technically attached via this very thin fiber optic cable. This is the new strategy in Ukraine. In fact, because of this new strategy, all of these drones are attached to fiber optic cables. You end up with situations like this. All of this is fiber optic cable. You know, like, it's sort of created almost an environmental disaster. With every with every cable you see here, there is a drone that has flown overhead, blown up somewhere, and then it leaves the cable behind. Entire cities are now covered up in fiber optic cables. It's crazy. It really is crazy. Should mute that. It really is just wild. So anyway, that might kind of be the way. Do we still have that video? That might kind of be the way that things are going over here in Iran. If drones like this are starting to get involved. Yeah, it looks like a spider web. Yeah, kind of. It kind of does. It kind of sure does. Nothing is blowing up. I think a lot of things are getting blown up. I would just like speculate here, you know, for every explosion in the Middle East, for every explosion in Iran, we only see 1 out of 1,000, maybe 1 out of every 5,000 explosions. I don't know, be it drone or bomb or whatever else. Most of what is happening, we don't see. There's not footage of it. We see some of it. Most of it we don't see. For every airstrike that takes place, we might see 1 out of 100, maybe less, definitely less. This is a group of professional protesters. Right now, once again, in New York City, a group of professional protesters has shown up to protest in favor of the terrorist regime in Iran.
Producing country that refuses to pay tribute.
Folks, this is in New York City. This is Times Square. New York City. And they are supporting and endorsing the Iranian regime, the country that we are at war with right now. I have to say, for all of you people that are laughing or you think it's not a big deal, ha ha ha, so what? That's in New York City. I live all the way over here in Idaho. Who cares? Or wherever you live. Is it going to be funny when there's 10 times more of these people? Is it going to be funny when there's 100 times more of these people? Is it going to be funny when there's 1,000 times more of these people and there's 1,000 times less of your people, of our people? Is it going to be funny then? You might think it's funny. Oh, whatever. They're over there. I'm over here. Who cares? Is it going to be funny when they're doing this in your town? When they're marching through your neighborhood? Because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Just because they're not doing it now, what about a year from now? What about 10 years from now? What about when you're old? What about when you're 85 and your kids have to deal with this? If you don't deal with it now, your kids or your grandkids are going to have to deal with this. Is it going to be funny then to condemn your children or grandchildren to dealing with the problem that you weren't man enough to solve now, right now? It's not funny. I don't listen, this is a serious problem. This is not funny. And this must be taken very, very seriously. This is our country is being invaded by these people. It is true. Something has got to be done. Not good. Very not good. I can't appreciate the mindset where someone says, I'm already old, I'm already 70, it's not my problem. You were given a gift by your parents and your grandparents. They gave you a functioning, cohesive country. As their parents and grandparents gave to them, they were given, as they gave you, a functioning, cohesive, productive country. How despicable to not give that same gift that you were given to your children and to your grandchildren. You say, oh, I got mine, I'm 70, who cares, not my problem. How terrible to not give the gift that you were given by your parents and grandparents to your children and your grandchildren. It should be every American's objective, every single American's goal to leave this country better off than they received when they were a child. It should be your goal to make the country better. That's our obligation as Americans. We must do it. Now I'm doing a quick scan out here, real quick. People say, oh man, the 1950s and 1960s, they were so good. It was like the glory days. You want to know why? It's because this country wasn't flooded with Somalians and Muslims from Afghanistan. That's why. You want to know why the 50s and 60s were good? It's because this country hadn't been fucking invaded yet. That's why. That's why it was good. It wasn't some It was because we had good people in the country and we didn't have these bad people in the country. That's why it was good. That's why things were better. It's because we didn't have jihadis in the country. We had actual Americans in the country. People try to make it very complex. No, it's a series of socioeconomic factors, and no, it's just a people thing. Really, it's just a people thing. Seriously, like, it's not really that complex. People always try to come up with these very complex arguments to obfuscate from the fact that it is fundamentally a people, it is a demographic issue. Good people make a good country. Bad people make a bad country. It really is not that complex. But anyway, hey, I'm just out here ranting. Sorry, I digress. You know, I actually have an update here for you guys. I've got something to show you here, folks. We have an update here. What am I hearing? Oh, this guy got his footage back up. Okay, good. Thank God. Now, we have footage. Fire is burning inside the Shiraz airport following U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. Okay, where is the Shiraz airport? One moment here. So this is an airport out there, and there's a fire burn. Okay, so where exactly is the Shiraz airport? One moment here. Let's pull this up on Google Maps. This is in Iran. Ah, there we are. So it seems as if, ladies and gentlemen, we have just U.S. or Israel or both have just conducted some type of strike. One moment here. Just conducted some type of strike here on the Shiraz airport. Now, can we drop down? Can we take a look? What does it look like? Ah, we are here inside of an airplane at the Shiraz airport. This photo was taken in 2022. This is an airplane full of Iranians 3 years ago. There it is. They're flying all over the place. Uh-huh. Yep, sure is. Can we go 3D? There we go. We got a 3D angle now. Maybe we can drop inside of... Can we go inside the airport itself? This is what it looks like inside of that airport itself. Ladies and gentlemen, it is possible. It is possible that this airport is no longer existing. We might have dropped a couple bombs right through the roof of this airport. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure. This airport might be kind of done and over with. We just got footage suggesting that there's some type of fire. Now, we probably wouldn't blow up the airport terminal. I would assume that there's some type of strategic target here somewhere. You know, why don't we actually take a look around? There's something here that we decided we need to blow up. And I doubt it would be the terminal itself. It could be something over here. Who knows? Maybe there's, Iranian Air Force fighter jets inside of these facilities. I'm not sure. We saw it at the, could be something there. I'm not exactly sure. These might be, this right here looks like some type of munitions storage. This over here looks a little bit more, well, what do we have here? Like I said, I was about to say, it looks a little bit more military over here. And we see some Iranian fighter jets. And we see some munition storage bunkers, little depot here, and something. Okay, well, I'll be damned. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. We're just taking a look around. So anyway, I would suppose that if anywhere and something over here, I would suppose if anything was hit at this airport, it would be over here on the western side. In fact, you've got all types of stuff. Well, this is just a proper military installation. It sure is. It really sure is. They've got it all over here. Yes, they do. And who knows, they might even have some type of bunker complex underneath the airport. Totally could be the case also. Totally could be the case also. That they decided they needed to take out. Could be the case. We just got a report coming out of CNN. CNN has just now reported that Iran is considering letting a limited number of tankers pass through the Hormuz every single day. Now, what did we talk about on this broadcast yesterday? We talked about how the BRICS nations and BRICS member nations are getting very upset with Iran for shutting down the Hormuz. They're very upset. If you look at the cumulative total combined oil import of all the BRICS nations and all of the BRICS member nations, 49% of all BRICS member nation oil comes out of the Persian Gulf. 49%. 1 out of every 2 barrels of oil consumed by BRICS nations and BRICS member nations comes out of the Persian Gulf. BRICS nations are disproportionately negatively impacted by what's going on right now. They're getting screwed. They're getting screwed. China, namely, but also all of them. And so we talked about this yesterday, you can bet your sweet behind that all these BRICS nations and BRICS member nations are putting an immense amount of pressure on Iran, saying, listen, you got to knock this off. At a minimum, you need to let at least some of the oil come out. You got to let our oil come out, because we have a problem here. We've got a big problem here. And so you know what? If we are seeing this report from CNN, Iran is mulling over considering a limited number of tankers to pass through the Hormuz. Seems like they're feeling some of that pressure. They're feeling the heat. Folks, maybe Iran is kind of on the... They might be on the cusp of throwing in the towel. I don't know. I don't know. They might be throwing in the towel-ish, soon-ish. Okay, I've got a video here, folks, that I want to share with you. We've talked about how the U.S. Army is going to be sending 10,000 drones, drone interceptor drones, drones that intercept other drones. The U.S. Army has 10,000 of them, and they're going to send them to the Middle East to help combat Iran. Well, here's a video of that type of drone.
So that is how you stop an Iranian drone. That's the Ukrainian-made Sting interceptor drone that flies over 300 kilometers per hour.
Wow, that is very fast.
That's exactly the same interceptor drone that the Pentagon and the U.S. and its Gulf allies have been lining up to buy as Iranian Shahed drones have hit U.S. military bases, civilian centers, and oil tankers across the Middle East over the last several weeks.
Not good, not good.
So
right here you can see how these drone interceptors work. They take off just like a normal drone and they can hover here, but then as soon as the pilot sees the target that they want to intercept, they can reach up to 300 kilometers per hour just leaning forward in the air, just like that. One of the main reasons why the U.S. and its Gulf allies want these drone interceptors is that the Ukrainians have mastered the art of making these very cheap to manufacture. This drone right here costs about $2,000 to make. That's compared to the $4 million missile interceptors that the U.S. and its Gulf allies are currently leaning on to take down much cheaper Iranian drones. Flying these drones require combat-tested, very experienced pilots. These could be some of the ones that are called upon by the U.S. and its allies to help defend their military bases. But until the Ukrainian government changes the official policy to allow these drone interceptors to be exported and their pilots to be sent over, these Ukrainians will remain here defending Ukraine from Russian drone attacks.
I'll be honest, I am surprised that you even need pilots. I'm surprised that these drones need pilots. I would have thought that there would have been some type of AI piloting. I'm sure perhaps it will be happening soon. I'm surprised there's still any human element at all. I thought they'd just be kind of autonomous, I suppose. No, you need a human. You can't replace a good human, I suppose. They're not autonomous yet. So anyway, about 10,000 of those are about to get sent over to the CENTCOM area to help start intercepting these Iranian Shahi suicide drones. That's good. That's a good development. That's a good development. Good development. Goodness gracious. We've already been here for 5 hours. Holy smokes. I'll tell you what, folks. You know what? We were kind of trying to figure out the schedule. What's our schedule going to look like? I know some people, they want the longer stuff. They want the shorter stuff. Why don't we try to do something a little bit experimental here? What if Friday, Saturday, Sunday? So that's today, tomorrow, and the next day. Why don't we do 4 or 5 hour long shows? Because then that will give me time in the afternoon to still make a video. I feel so bad not making videos. If I do a live show all day for 10 hours, then I don't have any videos. I really feel bad about it. So if we do a 4 or 5 hour long broadcast, I've got time in the afternoon still, and it works out. It's all good. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think what I might do at this point, because things are, I'll tell you, a little bit slow. We had a lot to talk about early on, and now we're kind of sitting here waiting for news updates. I think what I might do is wrap it up for the day, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, and I think Sunday as well. Do another 4 or 5 hour long show, and then just wrap it up and get to work on making a video for you guys. That might be what I do here. So everyone, I want to say thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much. No one Pacific, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's true. Probably true. Right about that. I appreciate it, folks. This has been a good 5 hour day. Thank you all very much. Seriously, thank you. If you're new on Rumble or on YouTube or anywhere else, make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe. I'm going to wrap it up now and get to work and start making a video for you guys. Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow live. That'll be the next live show. We'll be breaking it all down. And until I see you next time, God bless. Stay safe. Thank you very much. And I'll see you folks tomorrow. Take care, everyone.